Chapter 123, Here There Be Dragons. King's Landing, 298 AC. Jaehaerys Targaryen stepped into the room and watched as Oberyn's spear sliced through the air. Ned and Arthur were engaged in combat with two guards while Jae made his way toward Illyrio, Aegon, and their guard. Just a few steps in, he was taken aback when Illyrio suddenly plunged a dagger into his guard's neck and moved aside, leaving Jae face to face with Aegon. Before Jae could fully process what had just happened, Aegon had already unsheathed Blackfyre. The two swords, Blackfyre and Dark Sister, began to clash, creating a melody of steel. Aegon was clearly trained, but it seemed his instructor had done a poor job, or perhaps Aegon simply lacked talent. Regardless, after just a few exchanges of blows, Jae felt confident that victory was within his grasp. He dismissed the thought that Aegon's performance, much like the mummery he was enacting in claiming to be Jae's brother, might also be lacking in substance. As Jae dodged a strike, he noticed his uncle Ned on the ground. Determined to end this quickly and offer help wherever it was needed, he feigned left and slipped inside Aegon's defenses. Raising Dark Sister, he brought the hilt of the blade crashing down against the silver mask the mummer wore. Aegon crumpled to the floor. A quick glance around reassured Jae that Arthur and both his uncles were unharmed. He attempted to reason with Aegon, but it was clear that logic was futile. Suddenly, green fire erupted around him. A voice echoed in his mind, insisting that blood was the key. Without hesitation, he opened the wound in his hand and watched as the flames extinguished. Looking down, he noticed a girl leaning over Aegon's unconscious form. Jae checked his armor and realized the coloring had been burned away, yet the armor itself remained mostly intact, save for some deformation and melting that would need repairs. Remarkably, he hadn't even felt the fire as it swept over him. There was no heat radiating from the green fire, and it hadn't caused him any harm at all. Turning briefly from the girl and Aegon, Jaehaerys noticed the concern etched on his uncles' faces, along with Arthur's. He knew he had to reassure them before he could learn more about this girl. "I am unhurt," he said simply, moving toward Aegon and the girl. She had dark hair and gaunt features, appearing no older than 17, yet Jae sensed a maturity far beyond her years. A fleeting image crossed his mind, a girl standing where Illyrio had been just moments before. He was sure he had glimpsed her from the corner of his eye while facing Aegon. Now, looking at the girl, he noticed she was wearing Illyrio's robes, which hung loosely on her thin frame. "Who are you?" he asked. "A friend," she replied, rising to her feet. "Your name?" he pressed, irritation creeping into his voice. "No one," she answered, her gaze steady. He felt Arthur and Oberyn move closer. "She's a faceless man, Your Grace," Arthur stated, causing Jae's fingers to tighten around Dark Sister. "Why are you here?" he inquired, locking eyes with her. "Daenerys," she replied simply. "Serve who?" Oberyn asked, his curiosity piqued. "The prince that was promised," she said, catching Jae by surprise. "I don't, what?" he stammered as the girl stood taller. "My work here is done, my prince. You'll find the fat man's body in the wall of the Tower of the Hand. His cell's words have left. I believe you're now dealing with his unsullied, you may need this." She held out a whip, and as Jae moved to take it, Oberyn stepped in, allowing the girl to hand it to him instead. "We can't just let her leave, Your Grace. She's an assassin," his uncle Ned warned. Jae turned to look at him. "Who apparently has helped us, uncle, greatly, if what she says is true and the cell's words are gone." His uncle looked shocked, though whether it was due to the girl in front of them or what he had witnessed moments before was hard to say. "Vala Morgulus," Jae said to the girl, catching the little smirk that formed on her face. "Vala Daenerys, my prince. Those in the order wish you well, and you'll face no trouble from anyone who serves the many-faced god," she replied. Jae watched as she walked through a door and vanished so quickly that it felt as if she had never been there at all. He bent down and picked up Blackfyre. It truly was the sword of kings, and although a part of him longed to wield it and display it as the symbol it represented, it felt wrong in his hands. Holding it, he turned to look at the others. Arthur seemed proud to see him holding both of his family swords, while Oberyn wore a smirk on his face. "Is it safe to let her leave, Your Grace?" Arthur asked. "I don't know much about the House of Black and White, Arthur, but I'd prefer them with me rather than against me. The girl came here and did a job. I won't mourn Illyrio Mopatis, nor will I seek to punish the person who killed him." "I'm not that much of a hypocrite," he replied, noting the different reactions from his uncles. Ned frowned while Oberyn nodded approvingly. "Now what?" Oberyn asked. "We need men inside the city, our men. I also need to let the people below know that it's done. First things first, we need more of our men here, and I need to speak to my aunt." "Uncle, you know where Dany is, can you take this to her?" He handed Oberyn the whip. "I'll see it done, nephew." "Uncle, can you go with him? Once you have my aunt and the Wildfire is secure, work on bringing in your men. Speak to the gold cloaks. If the Sellswords are truly gone, I doubt they'll wish to fight. Rhaenys will join you just to drive the point home," he said, looking at his uncle Ned. Ned replied. "What will you do?" Ned asked. "I'll let those below know. Once we have our men inside, we can begin to get rid of the damn Wildfire," Jay replied. He glanced at Arthur and nodded toward Aegon, watching as the knight dragged him away to tie him to a pillar. Jay then walked to the steps in front of the throne and took a seat. He reached out to those below, trying not to imagine the chaos that would ensue when 6 cats started making noise at the same time. They still needed men to stay with the Wildfire, and he hoped the orders he had given would be followed precisely. Half the men were to remain below, while the other half would come to him. Once they arrived, he could begin restoring order to the city. Behind him, the Iron Throne loomed large. He noticed Arthur glancing between the throne and him more than once, and Jay smiled at the thought of what the knight wished to see. While it would make an interesting image for anyone entering the room, he had sworn to himself that he wouldn't sit upon it until he was coronated, a promise he dearly wanted to keep. "You truly won't sit on it?" Arthur asked as he walked over to sit beside him. "I wouldn't tempt fate, Arthur. Let's secure the city, remove the Wildfire, and then I'll take my throne," Jay answered. Arthur nodded in agreement. The Great John and Ser Richard were the first to approach. The large Umber Lord looked around the room, seemingly disappointed that there was no one left to fight, or perhaps that there wasn't more carnage to show that a greater battle had taken place without him. Ser Richard walked up to him with an eager expression, and Jay smiled and nodded back. "We've taken the caches, Ser Richard. My aunt has the Unsullied stood down for now, and my uncles have gone to bring the army in to restore order to the city. The gold cloaks, their commander is ours, Your Grace." "I'll go meet with him and bring them to our side," Richard said. "Truly?" Jay asked, surprised. Richard nodded. "See it done, and be safe, Richard," Jay replied as Richard turned to leave. Jay hurried from the room, his mind racing with plans. Davos and Jors arrived next, followed closely by Tyene and Ser Richard Horp. Arthur visibly relaxed as he noticed there were now 3 Kingsguard present. Jay glanced at Davos, relieved to see that the man had only taken a minor knock. Soon, Sandor and Artos joined them, and when Randall Tarly limped in with Ser Partek, Jay felt the urge to summon the Grand Maester. He was grateful when Ser Richard returned with Jacelyn Bywater and a contingent of gold cloaks. The commander quickly knelt and informed Jay that the city watch had stood down and were now under his command. "Ser Richard, ensure that Lord Tarly receives care from the Grand Maester," Jay instructed. "At once, Your Grace," Ser Richard replied, just as Jaime and Walder entered the room. Jay noticed Jaime smiling, clearly relieved that everything was resolved and he was unharmed. "Is all well, Your Grace?" Jaime asked as he approached. As well as can be expected, Lord Hand, Jay said, returning the smile. It took several more hours for the Northern and Dornish armies to arrive. Jay moved to the window, gazing out at the city below. Once they were settled and Daenerys finally arrived, Jay turned to everyone in the throne room. My lords, we need to march to the September. It's the largest space, and the people need to see that we are in control now. Sir Richard, can you make arrangements at the September and discuss our plans with your men? I can, Your Grace, Sir Richard said, disappearing in an instant. Lord Stark, I entrust the prisoners to your care. Ensure they are treated fairly, Jay said to his uncle, who nodded before leaving the room, the Great John following closely behind. Prince Oberyn, please see to it that the men and women guarding the Wildfire are relieved. I'd also like you and my cousins to accompany me to the September. I'll see it done, Your Grace, Oberyn replied, and he walked over to Daenerys, whispering something in her ear. His aunt smiled as she went to fetch the rest of their family. It was long past time for the realm to know he wasn't the only dragon in Westeros. He glanced at Jaime and motioned for him to come closer. Standing together, his hand and his father by choice, they looked out over the city below. Thank you, he said softly, ensuring only Jaime could hear. It was my pleasure, Your Grace, Jaime replied with a smile. In King's Landing, 298 AC, Tyrion found himself captivated by Sarella and everything about her. Just being who she was would have been enough to pique his interest, but hearing her brief tales of adventures in Essos left him yearning for more. The fact that she was over 100 years old only heightened his curiosity. Add to that her lineage as one of the great bastards and her connection to a man whose name still evoked fear and unease years after his death, and Tyrion felt an even greater eagerness to learn about her. Yet, for Tyrion, all those thoughts felt distant. She was his aunt, his kin, his family. Although he had struggled at first to accept that he had another family, he found himself increasingly grateful for it each day. Sitting with her in the tent and conversing made the weight more bearable, easing his worries, and for that, he was truly thankful. My lord, the princess has arrived, and there's also a message from Lord Stark, Satin said as he handed him a note. Tyrion opened it quickly and smiled before passing it to Sarella. After reading it, she jumped up and threw her arms around him, and Tyrion welcomed the embrace. Come, let's go join my niece and nephew, Sarella said, and Tyrion nodded in agreement. They spotted Daenerys heading toward their tent, now accompanied by even more unsullied than when she had first arrived in King's Landing. Strong Belwas and Sandor were by her side as well, and Tyrion felt relieved to see both men unharmed. Sarella had just shared with him how much the Hound meant to his sister. As for the pit fighter, he had protected Daenerys, and that was enough for Tyrion to feel grateful toward the man. Brother, aunt, come. Our nephew awaits. The city is ours. Dany said, her smile radiant. The city is safe? Sarella asked, her voice laced with concern. We control the Wildfire. Illyrio is dead, and his men have deserted him. Some have even asked to join me, Dany replied proudly. Tyrion couldn't help but smirk at the expression on his sister's face. The mummer is awaiting judgment, but Jay wishes us to join him when he addresses the people. He asks for his family to stand with him, she continued. It didn't surprise him at all that Jay would want to speak to the people. His nephew had an affinity for them that most kings never developed, and he had spent years trying to improve their lives. Now that he was actually king, Tyrion had no doubt Jay would strive to treat them far better than they had ever been treated before. With funds coming from the Golden Company accounts, he would be able to make it happen. Well, brother, what are you waiting for? Dany asked playfully. Tyrion found himself enjoying her moods and irreverent attitude immensely. Lead the way, sister, he said with a nod as she took the lead. Riding into the city felt entirely different from anything he had experienced before. He was accustomed to people staring at him, but this time, more eyes were drawn to the two women riding ahead. With their silver hair and striking features, it was clear who they were. As they moved through the city, Tyrion listened to the crowd. Just like her mother. It's Queen Riella reborn. Hail to Princess Daenerys. Long live House Targaryen. He felt himself choke up. Compared to Dany, he was a model of restraint. His sister was openly crying tears of joy as she soaked in the welcome they received. As they arrived at the Red Keep, Tyrion noticed a procession already forming. All he could focus on was the smile on his nephew's face. Jae had traded his armor for a striking black and red tunic, the three-headed dragon emblazoned on the front. Dark Sister hung at his hip, and the crown of the Conqueror sat proudly atop his head. As they drew closer, Jae moved over to speak to them. "Uncle, aunts, I hate to rush you, but we must ride now. The people need to see us, and night will be upon us soon. I need you all to reach out to your dragons. When the time comes, they need to be seen as well," Jae said, nodding earnestly. "Your horse, your grace," Tyrion replied, pointing behind him. He couldn't help but laugh when he heard Jae speak to Winter. Even Dany giggled at the interaction. "He really loves his horse," Dany whispered to him. "She's been with him almost since the moment he came to the rock," Tyrion explained. In just moments, they were riding through the streets again. Jae chatted with Dany, making her laugh about something, while Sarella gazed at the buildings and people with a wistful expression. Tyrion marveled at the size of the crowd awaiting them at the September. Richard, or perhaps Jaime, had done an excellent job of spreading the word, but he felt a wave of nervousness wash over him as he looked at the many faces staring back. As he was helped off his horse, Tyrion watched as the Kingsguard took their positions around them. They were escorted up the steps, and the crowd hushed, excitement crackling in the air. At the top, the High Septon looked at Jae and smiled, though Tyrion sensed the smile was insincere. He knew he would need to speak to his nephew about the faith. Jae motioned for them all to move forward at once. Tyrion stood next to Dany, while Jae took center stage with Sarella on his other side. Dany looked anything but a Targaryen in that moment. "Princess," he began, "truth be told, I may not look the part." His breeches and coat stood in stark contrast to the elegant dress worn by Sarella. "Hail to the dragons," voices erupted from the crowd until Jae raised his hand and stepped forward. "No doubt some of you have heard the tales, both true and false, about my mother and father. The lies spread by a usurper and a greedy falcon. In time, I'll share more, but for now, let me say this: any of you who've heard of the hidden dragon know the truth about who I am and who my parents were. For those who don't, my name is Jaehaerys Targaryen, the trueborn son of Rhaegar and Lyanna Targaryen, and soon to be anointed the third of my name. King of the Undulls, Rhoynar, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm." The cheers were deafening. Tyrion listened as the crowd chanted "Dragon King," "Hidden Dragon," "Rhaegar's Heir," and "Princess Lyanna." "I am not the only dragon who needed to be hidden, not the only one unaware of who I truly was. My uncle, Prince Tyrion Targaryen, the legitimized son of Joanna Lannister and my grandfather," Jae said, glancing at him. Tyrion stepped forward to the chants of "Prince Tyrion," feeling a lump in his throat. He'd need to thank Richard, Jaime, or Jae for that. "My great-aunt, Sarella Seastar," Jae continued. Though there were some whispered hushes, cheers erupted for Sarella too. Tyrion watched as Jae reached out his hand to Daenerys, his sister, who stepped forward nervously. "For 14 years, my aunt has had to hide from assassins sent by a usurper, a princess of House Targaryen forced to stay away from her home. Never again will any Targaryen need to fear for their lives or feel unwelcome in Westeros. Good men and women of King's Landing, Princess Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen has finally come home," Jae proclaimed, and the cheers became deafening. "Princess Daenerys. The dragons have returned." At the sound of the last cheer, Jae turned and nodded to the crowd, signaling the dragons to make their way to the September. He wanted to show the world the truth behind that moment. Tyrion watched as Daenerys stepped back, clearly emotional. When he reached out for her hand, she took it with a joyful smile. Soon, we will have a coronation and then a wedding. My betrothed will arrive here with her family, and in front of you, the good people of King's Landing, Margaery Tyrell will become my wife and queen. Good Queen Margaery. Hail to House Tyrell. The Golden Rose and the Hidden Dragon. Tyrion found himself lost in the mix of what was genuine emotion and what was merely a show for the crowd. Perhaps that was the point. If he couldn't discern the truth, then neither could they. Still, they cheered all the same. The war is over, and it's time for us to allow peace to settle. I promise each of you that every day I sit on that throne, I will work to make your lives better. I, my queen, my family, my council, we serve you. Unlike those who have come before me, my words carry the weight of my resolve. I swear this to you here in this blessed place. I swear it to you on my father and mother, on those we've lost, and I swear it to you on fire and blood. You, the people, matter, and I will do everything in my power to ensure you are safe, well, and fed, and that your future is brighter than the past you've lived. Fire and blood. King Jaehaerys the Just. The Dragon King. The dragons timed their entrance perfectly, filling the sky with their roars as Rhaenys, Ligeron, Elegon, Regal, and Sandoric soared over the September and King's Landing. Tyrion glanced at Jae, who wore a determined expression. His nephew nodded at him before turning to walk away. King's Landing, 298 AC, Arthur entered the room, finding it just as he remembered. He brushed his hand over the familiar surfaces, lost in thought. He smiled as he looked at the white book resting on the weirwood table. The black oak table where Gerald would sit came to mind, along with the seats on the left where he would face Oswell and Jonathan. If he closed his eyes, he could see all 7 of them gathered there on the rare occasions they did so. He could almost hear their voices, Gerald's gruff and loud, Oswell's sarcastic remarks, Lewin's hearty laughter, and Jonathan's gentle chiding. Setting those memories aside for the moment, he turned to the white book and began to read through the names. Prince Lewin Martell, who fought and died by his prince's side. Jonathan Derry, who perished at the Trident protecting the heir to the throne. As he scanned the entries and saw Oswell's, Gerald's, and his own name, he noted how simply they were written. He knew he would need to speak with Barristan when he arrived. Oswell and Gerald deserved a more fitting tribute. They too had died protecting the heir, an heir who had finally reclaimed his family's throne. Turning away from the room, he ascended the stairs, glancing over at the small sleeping cells. A smile crossed his face as he approached the one that had once been his own. Suddenly, a noise from above startled him, prompting him to hurry to the Lord Commander's room. Upon entering, he found the man moving items around. Without hesitation, he drew Dawn and aimed it at the man's neck. The short man jumped, dropping the things he held. "Your name, sir, and your business here?" he asked, his tone firm and direct. "Sir Preston Greenfield. I was a Kingsguard," the man stuttered. "Then you had better come with me." "Leave that and gently remove your knife and sword, sir." "I'd prefer not to spill blood in this place," Arthur replied. As the man complied, he finally noticed the sword Arthur held. "Who I am matters not, sir. What matters is that you move when I say you move. If you do, you may come out of this with your life." They walked down the corridor. Arthur moved down the stairs and across the courtyard, feeling a sense of relief at the sight of the men of the 100. He didn't trust the guards in the Red Keep, and Bonn had been more than willing to put his men to use. Alongside those chosen by Jaime and Ned Stark, they formed a sort of royal guard. As he walked with the former Kingsguard, who would never be allowed to keep his cloak, Arthur approached the Northmen near the Maiden Vault and handed a man over to them. "Make sure he's placed with the other prisoners, in a decent cell, not the black ones," he instructed. The Northman nodded, leaving Arthur standing there alone. With little else to occupy his time, he headed to Maegor's to check on the king's protection. He had already done this more than once and had practically been sent to his room to sleep, but he found he couldn't. Whether it was excitement or fear, he couldn't tell, but sleep was the last thing on his mind. As he walked through the halls, he began to assess potential weak spots. The tunnels were one concern, they would need to address that. The guards around the keep were another, though the men of the 100 were above reproach. He found Ser Richard and Ser Jorah on duty and wondered where Ser Walder was. After asking his brothers, he learned that Walder had accompanied the king to the cellars. Jorah and Richard had been left guarding the prince and princesses, who had already gone to bed. Hearing that Ser Bon, Prince Oberyn, and Jaime Lannister had gone with the king eased his mind a bit, so he turned and made his way to the cellars. As he descended the stairs, he soon began to hear voices ahead of him. Robert moved them down here when he was crowned. Some said it was because he hated the dragons so much, but I think he truly feared them, Jaime Lannister remarked. He was right to, Jaehaerys replied. Do you truly want them brought to the throne room, Your Grace? Ser Bonifer asked. My family and dragons are intertwined, Ser Bonifer. Now that they've returned, once the dragons return, people should be reminded of it every single day. Whether it's the dragons soaring in the sky, the tapestries and portraits of the great, the good, and even the terrible, the world should see us and understand what dragons represent, Jaehaerys said. Arthur found himself smiling. Rhaegar had expressed something similar to him once when he inquired about the dragon skulls. Rhaegar had dismissed Arthur's concern that showcasing them revealed a vulnerability, suggesting that displaying the skulls implied that dragons could be killed. That notion might plant ideas in some people's minds, that if real dragons could be slain, then those who were merely men could be as well. And when have people not thought this, Arthur? Rhaegar asked. My prince? Did Duskendale happen because of dragon skulls or because of ambitious men? Did the Blackfyres care that the remnants of what we lost were on display? Ambition, desire, greed, it's all the same in the hearts of men. Whether they see our history or our present doesn't matter when they come to take our future from us. As he moved forward, Oberyn was the first to notice him. The prince greeted him with a warm smile and welcomed him into the conversation. Arthur, what do you say? Oberyn asked. I believe his grace has the right of it, Arthur replied, glancing at the king, who nodded in agreement. I thought I asked you to rest, the king said with a playful smile. Shouldn't you be doing that yourself, Your Grace? Arthur shot back, eliciting chuckles from the king and those around him. I find I cannot, Arthur, as apparently neither can you. Perhaps a spar would calm us both enough to sleep? Your Grace, we have a busy day tomorrow, Jaime reminded him. Very well, we'll keep it to an hour, uncle. Ser Bonifer, the king said, a sparkle in his eyes. You're lucky my girls are entertaining themselves elsewhere, nephew. Come, I'll even use a sword this time, Oberyn replied with a grin. As they walked, he began to tell them about Ser. Preston snorted when Jaime called him a Kingsguard, noting that the man had turned on Renly Baratheon, who was currently being attended to by Grand Maester Gorman. The Stag Lord had been locked away in one of the black cells, and although he had only been there a few days, it was long enough to inflict some serious damage on him and a boy he kept asking about. Both were suffering greatly from exposure, as well as a lack of food and water. Jaime glanced at the king, who still wielded Dark Sister, with Blackfyre nowhere in sight. He wondered if he would ever have the chance to wield that blade or if he would stick with the thinner sword. A bastard sword wasn't much different from a long sword, but the shift from Dark Sister to it would throw off his balance. He may never wield a sword as well as Aemond's or Visenya's. Sometimes, it felt as if the blade chose you, just as Dawn had chosen him. Jaime, shall we? The king asked as they reached an open space. Jaime smiled, though he had been reluctant only moments before. Jaehaerys sparred with both of them, and Ser Bonifer had the largest smile of all when he crossed blades with the king. Laughter echoed across the yard, both Oberyn's and the king's, as their swords met. When he first met the boy, he thought Jaehaerys was the perfect blend of both his parents, a mix of Rhaegar's seriousness without the melancholy and Lyanna's joyful spirit. Over the years, he had seen more traits of Rhaegar emerge, along with a few that he would have preferred not to. With Rhaegar, it was the burden of what could be done and the knowledge that he could not, which deepened his melancholy. But with Jaehaerys, it was the fact that he could do so much, and that troubled Arthur. He didn't fully grasp the powers the king could summon, and they frightened him. It wasn't that he feared what Jaehaerys would do with that power. If ever there was a man suited to wield it, it was him. He wondered what it took out of him, what it did to him, and if there would be some distant cost that none of them understood. He had read about warging, and what the book said about Jaehaerys' abilities felt like night and day. The glass candles were beyond him, something he couldn't even begin to comprehend. And then there were the dragons soaring through the sky once more. It was almost too much for a man like him to grasp. For all the talk of magic, gods, destiny, and prophesied princes, Arthur considered himself a simple man. What Jaehaerys could do was anything but simple, and at times, it overwhelmed him. "Are you just going to sit there with that sour look on your face, Arthur, or can Dawn be brought out to play?" Jaehaerys asked with a broad smile. "Now, my king, do you really wish to antagonize me before we spar?" "Remember, your crown doesn't save you from a beating," Arthur replied with a chuckle as he drew Dawn and moved forward. "This is your fault, Jaime," the king said, glancing over at Jaime Lannister, who was sitting there laughing with Prince Oberyn, Bon, and Walder. "What is it, your grace?" Jaime asked innocently. "I never had a big mouth until I met you," Jaehaerys said, prompting more laughter. As the sound of dawn clashing against Dark Sister echoed around the empty yard, Arthur found himself laughing along. The smile on Jaehaerys' face and the playful jests he could hear behind him brought him a happiness he hadn't felt in many years. Later that night, lying in the bed that had once been his, Arthur felt something he hadn't experienced in years. He felt content. He had played his part in placing Rhaegar's son, Lyanna's son, on the throne. A king who cared, a king equipped with the means to protect his family from anyone who might seek to do them harm. Arthur knew he would play his part too, and though questions would always linger, as his king had asked, he understood one thing for certain: his king was the right king. At the right time, Arthur's blade was his until the day he died. King's Landing, 298 AC, Jaime felt the weight of his new title, Hand of the King. It was absolutely daunting. The responsibilities had seemed simple, or at least they had at first. Now, sitting in the Tower of the Hand, he glanced down at the pin on his chest. A part of him longed to escape, to grab the nearest ship and sail back to Casterly Rock, back to his wife and daughter. His brother, Tyrion, was sitting across from him, a huge smirk plastered on his face, which did nothing to ease Jaime's anxiety. "Are you going to bloody help me or not?" Jaime asked, frustration creeping into his voice. "I was thinking, not," Tyrion replied, sipping the juice that accompanied their morning meal. "Tyrion," Jaime said, his voice rising a little, the sound of his brother's laughter only heightening his annoyance. "Relax, brother. Of course, I'll help. But you have this, Jaime. Think, what do we need to do first?" Jaime stared at his brother, relieved to see that Tyrion had at least stopped laughing. Now, he looked at him with encouragement. The city was secured, Ser Richard and Oberyn were ready to take up their new roles, and a smile crept onto Jaime's face. He was Hand, but he wasn't alone. There were others, and more would soon join them. "A small council," Jaime said. "We need to organize the small council, assign each master their tasks, and inform the realm. Margaery and her family, Jenna, Daisy, all of them. We need them here for the coronation, the wedding, the trials." "Indeed. Of course, Jay won't be the only one getting married. Have you ever been to Dorne, brother?" Tyrion asked, his smile shifting to something different. "Can I stop your marriage? Am I head of your house, or is Jay?" Jaime replied, laughing at the expression on Tyrion's face. "Not funny, brother. See? Now you know how it feels, Tyrion said, chuckling in response. I'll concede that I deserve that, Jaime admitted. Where's Jaehaerys? He asked, noticing the dark expression that crossed his brother's face. He hasn't been himself since the Trident. Killing Edmure Tully hasn't been as soothing as he thought it would be. Cregan and he have been exploring the city, but I think it's best we wait until he feels ready to come to us. Though, if it goes on too long. Tyrion left the rest unsaid. Maybe Jay should speak to him, Jaime suggested. Give him a day or two, Jaime, Tyrion replied, and Jaime nodded in agreement. And you? What's your new family like? Jaime asked. Although he didn't intend for it to sound harsh, he could hear the slight bite in his words. Jaime, I know, forgive me, brother. But truly, what are they like? Jaime's voice softened. Sure, Era, it's hard to explain. She's a little closed off, a bit more reserved. Don't get me wrong, she's made it clear she sees me as kin, but I've noticed how she is with Jay. It's different than how she is with Dany. Maybe it's just the newness of it all. And Dany? Jaime asked, noticing a smile spreading across Tyrion's face. I have a sister. I know. But Cersei was never like that with me when it came to you. Dany. I feel protective, Jaime. When I see people looking at her, I want to step in and warn them. Jaime nodded, closing his eyes as he recalled that feeling all too well. And you like her? He asked after a moment. She's friendly, funny, spirited. Were she not my sister, I think I'd like her anyway. The truth is, yes, I like her very much. Good, Jaime said. Now, I have no idea what you're going to do for the rest of your day, but I have work to do. He heard Tyrion's laughter as he left the room. Jaime began to write notes to be sent out, a small council meeting, ravens to the realm, and positions to discuss with the king. It was going to be a busy day. Jaime walked through the keep after sending out notes to arrange the meeting. 4 men from the 100 followed behind him, along with his own guards. The king had finally managed to get the king's guard to rest, but Jaime knew they needed to discuss adding a 7th member when Barristan arrived. He was relieved that Jay hadn't taken the throne. Barristan deserved to be there when he first did. Jaime imagined that his former brother would be upset about missing their sewer adventure, but guarding the future queen was just as crucial. Jay had already shown how the potential loss of Margaery affected him and what he would do to anyone who dared to harm her. As he passed the steps leading to the cells below, he wondered if Ned Stark was still down there. For some reason, the man had gone to speak with Jon Arryn more than once. Perhaps they were exchanging condolences for Robert's loss, though to Jaime, it wasn't a loss at all. Sir Richard. He called out, spotting Sir Richard Lonmouth in the distance. Lord Hand, Richard replied, and Jaime grimaced. Was this how it would be? Just like Jay, his name would rarely be used anymore. In public, it was one thing, but in private, they should use his name, he swore to himself. Jaime, Richard, he said as he approached. I was just heading to the meeting, or at least getting ready for it. I have some whispers I need to read. Your network, Richard, can you get word quicker than the ravens? Jaime asked. Where? If it's Highgarden, I believe it won't be necessary. Our king's way of communicating works faster than even mine, Richard replied with a smile. I thought he took the glass candle from her. Jaime inquired. Ghost, Richard said, and Jaime smirked. We should all be so lucky. I was thinking about the Rock, my wife. Can you get a message to her quicker than the Grand Maester? Do you have it? Richard asked, and Jaime handed him the note. Thanks, Richard. Anytime, Lord Hand. 2 hours for the meeting? Jaime continued walking, a spring in his step. It would take nearly a week for the Raven to arrive. If Richard kept his promise, Daisy would receive his message sooner, and by pinnacle ship, she'd be there within the moon. The thought of seeing her and Joanna again filled him with excitement. It felt like years had passed since he left the rock, rather than just a few moons. He would need to prepare the Tower of the Hand to make it suitable for them. It seemed like it was finally time to spend some of that Lannister gold on something he truly wanted, he thought as he began to whistle happily. In Highgarden, 298 AC, Margaery found that it hadn't taken long for the place to return to normal after the attack. The Dornish army that had surrendered was marched back to Dorne, thanks to her father's organization of their forces, with Garland left in charge of their protection. Following an interrogation led by Ser Barristan, the full details of the incident came to light. Margaery felt more annoyed and angry than worried upon discovering she was the only true target of the attack. Ser Simon quickly informed Ser Barristan that they had created livery close enough to their own, and after the parley, he had ridden behind Garland's army, joining up with men they had hidden nearby. Once they gained entry, their disguises caused enough confusion to allow them free run of the keep. If it hadn't been for Ghost and Fawn, along with Jay's timely arrival, who knows what might have happened. Since then, Ser Barristan had taken personal charge of the keep's defenses. The men now answered to him alone, and he had established a system using passwords so that the closer they got to her family, the fewer people knew the details. Never again should livery be enough, my queen. If you do not personally know the man, and he doesn't have the password, he will be taken and removed from your presence, Ser Barristan said firmly. Margaery had to admit that being guarded by the bold and by her brother made her feel safer. Each day, as she walked with Ghost, she felt a sense of freedom from worry and harm. But the added layer of security eased her mind even more. There were also the benefits of having her favorite brother by her side. Although he tried his best to remain the focused Kingsguard, she took great delight in making him lose his composure. It was Loras, not Ser Loras, who stood beside her. "Really, this is how I'm supposed to spend my day?" he said, rolling his eyes. "Come on, hold it up. You may be slightly smaller than Jay, but you're the closest to him." "No, that won't do. I'll need to have this pulled in tighter and this loosened," she said, inspecting the long coat. "I look terrible in red and black," Loras replied, standing in front of the looking-glass. "Prefer white, do you, brother?" she teased, earning a smirk in return. "Or green and gold," he said, glancing at her dress. "I'll be wearing red and black often enough, won't I, Ser Barristan?" she asked, turning to the knight who stood by the door with a knowing smile. "It is your grace, though your own house colors will be acceptable as well." As they spoke, Ghost suddenly rose to his feet. Barristan and Loras stood stiffly, their hands instinctively moving toward their swords. But the white wolf approached her and licked her hand. Looking down, she met his gaze, and the happy lick he gave her reassured her that the news he carried was good, not bad. She knelt beside the wolf and gazed into his eyes. The difference was remarkable, yet to others, they would only see Ghost. "Is it done?" she asked hopefully, watching as the wolf's head nodded in response. "All of it? King's Landing is yours?" She noticed both Barristan and Loras move closer to look at Ghost as he leaned forward and licked her face, his tongue tickling her nose. Although she laughed, a frown crossed her face as she wondered if it was Ghost or Jay himself. The guilty look on the wolf's face provided all the answer she needed. "Do you wish us to come?" she asked, her heart racing at the thought. Ghost nodded, and she heard. The gasp from Ser Barristan echoed in the room. Although she was excited to share the news with her grandmother, mother, Sansa, and her brothers, she knew she needed more to convince the bold, who still looked doubtful. "Are there ravens on the way?" she asked, and Ghost tilted his head in response. Margaery smiled. "We'll make ready to leave now, and they'll have arrived before we set off." "I'll see you soon," she said happily as Ghost licked her face once more. Standing up, she caught Loras's smile and noticed Barristan looking at her in disbelief. The doubt wasn't about the news Ghost had shared, it seemed the idea of her being able to communicate with a wolf was what troubled the knight. Jay showed me how it works with him, Ser Barristan. He taught me what to look for, and though it's taken some getting used to, I understand Ghost as much as I would understand you or Loras. King's Landing has fallen, and the war is won. We must prepare to depart. As you heard, ravens are on the way, and they'll be here in a few days. But once they arrive, we leave, and I will not delay until then. Of course, Your Grace, Ser Barristan replied. Loras, do please remove that outfit. It would be unseemly for you to speak to grandmother dressed like that, she said, trying to suppress her smile. But, you. Marge, he stammered, flustered. Gods, I forgot how easy you are to rile up, she laughed, her amusement ringing out as her brother glared at her. You're lucky you're a queen, Loras said, frustration evident in his voice. I am. As she made her way toward her grandmother's room, she found Willis and Sansa. The two hurried off in different directions once he relayed the news. Sansa began preparing her things for the move, while Willis set out to make the necessary arrangements, knowing their grandmother would want everything done at breakneck speed. They would need to send word to her father, who would have to travel from his location and either meet them on the way or in King's Landing itself. Reaching the door, she took a moment to gather her thoughts before stepping inside. She nodded to her and stepped into her grandmother's room. Grandmother, I have such wonderful news, she said as she took a seat. Her grandmother looked at her expectantly. In King's Landing, 298 AC, Dany was filled with thoughts about the Unsullied. They had pledged their loyalty to her and Grey Worm, and now Dany found herself wondering what to do with them. It was something she hadn't given much thought to until now, and the urgency of the situation made it clear she needed to act. She had some coin, the wealth the Magisters had given her would help, along with what she and Sandor had gathered over the years. Though she wasn't wealthy, she wasn't poor either, yet she knew deep down it wouldn't be enough. As they sat down for dinner that night, she pondered her role within this family. A family, her nephew, now a king, and her brother, a prince who would soon be a consort in Dorne. Her aunt, who seemed strangely affected by being back in Westeros, was someone Dany would normally turn to for advice, but now she felt lost. Or at least it seemed that way, as she had nothing pressing to do. She had returned to ensure her family's safety and now questioned whether she was even needed or if she would be from this point forward. Dany, Dany? She heard Jay calling. What? Sorry, I was miles away. I think that's the true curse of our family, we get lost in our heads far too much, Jay said, a warm smile on his face. Indeed, Tyrion chimed in, smirking at Jay before rolling his eyes, which made both Dany and Jay laugh. In my defense, usually I'm not just lost in my own head, Jay replied, prompting more laughter. Dany was continually amazed by the warging he was capable of and what he could achieve with it. Fair enough, nephew, Tyrion said. I was just suggesting that tomorrow we should all go for a flight. I think the dragons would enjoy it, and there are some things I want to discuss with all of you, better said just between us. Jay's words felt a bit cryptic to her. You speak of the prophecy? Sarella asked. There's something I need to show you all regarding it, Jay replied. They enjoyed their meal, and soon the conversation shifted to other topics, stories and tales from their lives up to that point. Jay looked at Sarella with pride as she recounted the time she sneaked into Illyrio's manse with Sandor to steal the eggs, their travels to Qohor, and then to Volantis, where she met Sarella, Missandei, and Grey Worm. Dany listened intently as Jay spoke about how they had opened the mines at Castamere, about wind wheels, and finally about his dragon and why she was different. Rhaenys is my sister, Dany, he said earnestly. Not just my child, she's my sister too. Had she lived, Rhaenys would have hatched that egg. It was always meant to be ours, hers and mine together. Something happened, something strange and wonderful. Whether it was the gods, magic, or my sister's own will, I can't say. But Rhaenys is Rhaenys, and Rhaenys is Rhaenys. That's the best I can explain it. But how? You hear her? Dany asked, her curiosity piqued. I've seen her, walked with her, and held her hand. I've seen my father and mother, my brother and his mother. I've seen your mother, Dany, and Viserys too, he said. Dany looked at him as if he were mad, glancing at Sarella to see that her aunt wasn't regarding him the same way. You can't, surely, aunt, she said, confused. You're a green seer? Sarella asked with a smile. More. I'm the first green seer with dragon dreams since Daenerys, I believe, Jay said. Dany listened in wonder as he shared what he had learned, her excitement growing when he mentioned that she could also see the past with the glass candles. I could see my mother, she asked hopefully, tears welling in her eyes. It requires a lot of blood to see the past, but I've done it. So yes, I can show it to you. We'll need to let the Grandmaster. This is starting to become a nuisance, Jay said, holding up his hand. The large cut on his palm was barely healed. How long have you been doing that? Gods, haven't you people heard of leeches? Sarella replied, annoyance creeping into her voice. Jay looked abashed, which made her giggle. I had assumed that wearing a crown left me immune to being talked down to. I'm glad to see that it hasn't, Jay smirked. As Sarella left to go to her room that night, Jay stopped her. He told her about their uncle, explaining that he would be coming soon to see them. He asked if she and Tyrion could perhaps fly to the Wall to bring him back sooner. The ship would take time, but the dragons could make the journey much quicker. The thought of more family filled her with excitement, and almost before he finished speaking, she suggested she would do it herself. That night, she slept well, only to be awakened early by Jay, eager for them to set off. The large procession that rode to the dragon pit was filled with guards, Kingsguard, Unsullied, Sandor, Strong Belwas, and men from the 100. The leader gasped when he saw her. Forgive me, princess. You look so very much like her, Ser Bonifer said. Who, Ser? She asked. Your mother, princess. The Queen Riella, the knight replied reverently. You knew her, Ser Bonifer? She asked, curiosity piqued. Very well, princess. Perhaps when you have time, you'd let an old man tell you some tales of her? He suggested, his voice soft and his eyes eager. I'd enjoy that very much, Ser, she replied. Upon arriving at the dragon pit, they were soon joined by the dragons. Jay looked around with a frown on his face, and Sarella felt the same way. This was not a place for dragons to make their lair. Aegon, however, seemed delighted to see her. Dany couldn't help but shake her head as she noticed the others all speaking to their dragons in a similar manner. All but Sandorix had a rider communicating with him, and it pained her to see that. She saw her son all alone, yet he looked happy. Flying over the city with 4 dragons by her side was a moment she would cherish forever. The joy she felt from Aegon beneath her and the presence of Regal and Sandorix on either side was exhilarating. Once again, she felt a twinge of jealousy as she glanced at the saddles her brother and nephew were using, resolving to ask Jay if they could have similar ones made for her and Sarella. As Dragonstone came into view, Aegon's excitement surged, and the trills from the dragons as they soared over the cliffs echoed like thunderous roars. They landed on the beach, and she spoke to the dragons before greeting those who had come to welcome them. Dany smiled at the sight of Orain and hugged Missy tightly when she spotted her. You are unharmed, Dany? Missy asked with concern. I am. And you? Are you well? Dany replied, relieved when Missy nodded. I like it here, Missy said with a smile. Dany turned to see Jay chatting with Melisandre and some members of the Company of the Rose. She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she realized she hadn't given Jay the letter from Torrhen Snow. The feeling intensified when her nephew teased her about her forgetfulness, making her laugh when he added that at least she didn't mistake Tyrion for her uncle. When Jay asked for a moment alone, Dany looked at him nervously, uncertain of what he was about to say, unaware that he was about to give her a purpose for being there. In Dragonstone, King's Landing, in 298 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen found that if he had thought winning the throne was the hardest thing he would ever do, the past few days had proven him wrong. Their first order of business was to tackle the Wildfire, and he was surprised at the simplicity of the solution. They had filled barrels with sand and emptied the Wildfire into them. Hundreds, even thousands would be needed to rid the city of it all. It would take moons to complete the task, but once it was done, moving the barrels would be far easier and safer than trying to carry the Wildfire itself. He stared at the jar of green liquid, lost in thought. There were appointments and council meetings to arrange, discussions with lords that he had postponed. He knew he would need to attend to them soon, but he had allowed Jaime to take the lead on one, setting things in motion. Still, he felt a pull toward what mattered most, his family. As much as a king was beholden to the realm and cared for the people within it, he had so little family left. Their safety and protection had to come first. Ser Bonifer was more than willing to take on that responsibility. The 100 had found new purpose, and once he was crowned, they would swear their oaths to House Targaryen above all others. A royal guard of 100 knights, no more, no less. These men would be different from the King's Guard but just as essential. This was merely the first step in his grand plans. For the first time in history, the crown would have a standing army, loyal to them and their house. Never again would his family rely solely on vassals. But that was a matter for another day. Today was much more personal. Flying with Rhaenys, he felt her joy as they soared above Dragonstone. "They're different, Jay, but they are us too," she said, gliding gracefully through the air. "We will need them, sister," he replied. "In the war to come and in the peace that follows, our family must be safe." "We will be safe, little brother. You, me, them, we will be safe." Those words echoed in his mind each night. Safety, protecting his family's future, his uncle, his aunts, his wife, and one day, their children. He had 1,000 eyes, and if he didn't use them to keep his family and his people safe, then what was the point of being given such a gift? Oh, he would never become Bloodraven or follow in that man's dark footsteps. But he knew threats had to be dealt with. Anyone who dared to harm his family would soon find themselves face to face with the full force of his resolve. To face a dragon. Stopping Dany on the beach, he looked into his aunt's eyes. The things she had done, the places she had seen, and the lengths she had gone to in order to survive would have broken a lesser person. Yet, she remained happy, fun, kind, and caring. While Viserys may have shared their family's so-called madness, Dany certainly did not. "Jay?" she asked softly. "You were born here, Dany, on the night the greatest storm in memory struck. Daenerys Stormborn, Princess of House Targaryen, my heir should I fall. I can think of no better person to hold our family's true home than you," he said, gazing into her eyes. "Jay?" Her voice trembled. "Daenerys Targaryen, I name you Princess of Dragonstone." He watched as she nodded before wrapping her arms around him in a tight embrace. Thank you. Thank you, Jay." "It's your home, Dany," he whispered softly in her ear. He held her hands as they walked toward the cave. Tyrion and Sarella exchanged glances, concern etched on their faces when they noticed her tears, but Dany shook her head reassuringly. "Jay has named me Princess of Dragonstone. This will be my seat," she said, a bright smile on her face. Tyrion smiled back, and Sarella nodded in approval. Jay then motioned for them to follow him into the caves, lighting a torch as he did so. "Is that dragon glass?" Tyrion asked, picking up a piece of the green glass, while Dany held up a piece that was red. "It is, and we will need it in the years to come," he said, leading them to the drawings on the wall. "What is that?" Dany inquired, pointing at the images. "The Night King and the White Walkers, the children of the forest, and men. The prince that was promised will bring the dawn," Sarella explained. Jay felt a swell of pride that she understood some of it. Kinvara has gone to speak to the free folk. One day, we will need to look north and beyond the wall to face the true enemy. The first and last enemy. The Great War is coming, and all of us will be needed to ensure it is won, Jay said, his gaze steady and resolute. What? Tyrion asked, his brow furrowed. When? Daenerys added, her curiosity piqued. I don't know, Jay replied. I know we have time, and the men we've sent to the wall will help. But the details? I don't have them, Tyrion. Just a prophecy, some words, the beliefs of the Red Priests, and my parents. And one more thing is what I do. He led them down the tunnel toward the door, reaching into his pocket to retrieve the jar. He caught a glimpse of Shira's smirk as he pulled out the leech. With a grimace, he smeared it against the wall, the sound of it being crushed echoing unpleasantly in the quiet of the caves. When the door opened, he noticed Tyrion and Daenerys step back, while Shira looked at him with eager anticipation. I believe only our blood can cross the threshold, he warned. Don't be alarmed if it seems I'm lost, I've done this before. As he stepped into the room, he was proven right a moment later. The others followed, with Shira leading the way, Dany close behind, and Tyrion stepping in last. Jay showed them the chests, watching as Dany approached one while Shira examined another. They pulled out various items, treasures and wealth, but he noticed his aunt's keen interest in certain things. A voice in his head whispered, "Magic knows magic." He moved to the chest that contained the book and picked it up. The words of Daenerys herself were written within, the other half of a book he had back at Casterly Rock. He felt it held answers to questions he hadn't even begun to ask. This belonged to Daenerys, Jay said, holding it up. Her words, signs and portents. Tyrion gasped, almost brushing past Daenerys and Shira to reach it. It can't be. It was lost. People say they found pages of it, but... He trailed off, flipping through the pages. This is intact. The words, they make no sense. Wait, except for this. Jay leaned in to look at the page Tyrion held open. It was the drawing that captured his attention. He reached under his tunic and found the pendant, examining it closely as he gazed at the illustration. As Jay examined the drawing, a smile spread across his face. The blood of the dragon, he said softly. They began gathering a few items, leaving most of the treasure behind. Shira picked up a small chest, filling it with trinkets and gems, while Daenerys selected a set of elaborate daggers that Jay hadn't even noticed before. They were made of Valyrian steel with dragonbone handles, and his aunt gazed at them with admiration. Tyrion grabbed a few books written in Valyrian, and Jay took Daenerys's journal. The door closed behind them as they left the room. As they flew back to King's Landing, Jay felt a surge of anticipation. He was eager to see if his instincts were correct. It would take some time, but if Daenerys left soon, he could arrive in a couple of weeks. Closing his eyes, he felt the dragon soaring ahead of them, its excitement almost overwhelming. Soon, it would have a rider, and Jay sensed that the dragon would be more than willing to assist, not him, nor even Daenerys, but Aemon. He could hear Sandorix's joyful trill from behind him, as the dragon responded to its rider's name for the very first time. Chapter 124, And the World Keeps Turning. Oldtown, 298 AC, Jaehaerys had traveled for nearly 3 moons to reach this place, and for another 3, he had planned his next moves. He took up residence in a small room, waiting to figure out how to get inside the Citadel. If he had known about the deaths and disappearances of the men before arriving, he could have moved more swiftly. However, security within the Citadel had tightened, and the individuals he needed to reach rarely left their posts, except under strict guard. Even when he disguised himself as a guard, it brought him no closer to his goal. The many-faced god would allow him to take just one more face to complete his task. But which one should he choose? There were many options, but he needed the right one to gain access to where he needed to be. Initially, he befriended the fat boy, discovering that he slept near the Archmasters. Over time, he grew fond of Samwell, though it wouldn't have been enough to spare him from becoming a gift for the Red God. It did, however, give Jaehaerys pause. Had he been certain that Samwell would lead him to complete his mission, he would have given him that gift. But uncertainty lingered, so he continued to wait. Then, by chance, or perhaps fate, it happened. He was ready when the boy drunkenly staggered into the scribe's heart, and Jaehaerys assisted him into the Citadel itself. Although he was challenged, it was hardly a problem. Samwell's intoxicated state worked to Jaehaerys' advantage. After helping the boy to bed, Jaehaerys quietly slipped out of the room and began to navigate through the darkness. All he needed was one face, just one, that would allow him to come and go freely. But it wasn't just any face, it had to be one with connections and an iron key. "You, help me with these," a voice called out, and Jaehaerys turned to see a man, a smile almost escaping his lips at the sight of the chain he wore. "A man will help the maester," Jaehaerys said as he moved closer. Archmaester Ryam, now help me carry these books," Ryam replied grumpily. "A man will do as the Archmaester demands," Jaehaerys said, lifting the heavy tomes. They walked in silence down a corridor and then turned down another, finally arriving at an iron gate. Jaehaerys watched intently as Ryam reached into his robes, retrieving a chain with an iron key. He unlocked the gate and secured it behind them. They continued through another corridor and reached yet another gate. Ryam paused, opened this one as well, and glanced at Jaehaerys, as if weighing something in his mind, before gesturing for him to follow. "You're from Lorith?" Ryam asked as they navigated through the darkness. "A man was born there," Jaehaerys replied. "Yet you came to Westeros?" Ryam pressed. "A man was searching for something," Jaehaerys said as they arrived at a desk. Ryam motioned for him to set the books down. "Did you find it?" Ryam inquired. "Not yet." In a swift motion, Jaehaerys drew a long, thin knife, driving it into Ryam's ear, piercing his brain. Jaehaerys caught him as he fell. By the time he laid Ryam on the ground, the man was dead. Jaehaerys knelt beside him, offering a prayer to the many-faced god, dedicating the death to him. Then, he began his work, removing the face before moving the body. Wearing a new face was a unique experience for each person. Some merely adopted the mannerisms and speech of those they impersonated, while others took on their very essence. Their thoughts, feelings, and identities intertwined with who you became when you wore their face. Though the extent of Ryam's knowledge would never fully belong to him, Jaehaerys understood that certain insights were now his. He realized that it wasn't just the iron key he needed Ryam's face for. He felt a sense of satisfaction in how he had approached his mission, especially now that he knew there was a room where bodies were stored for examination. It was to that room he would take Ryam, and there, he would sever the man's head before making his exit. As the night drew to a close, Jaehaerys made his way to the Archmaester's room and settled into the bed, closing his eyes and drifting off in a face that wasn't his own. He awoke just a few hours later and prepared for the day ahead. After dressing and having a quick breakfast, he had no choice but to attend the maester's lessons. Mathematics and economics were the Archmaester's areas of expertise. Jaehaerys soon found himself discussing topics he had never studied before, speaking as if he had been immersed in them all his life. "Ah, Ryam, have you eaten?" Ibros asked, and Jaehaerys shook his head. "No, what's on the menu today?" he replied, and Ibros shot him a smirk. "Roast partridge, my friend, and peach pie too." "Come on, I'm starved." By the time Jaehaerys was able to focus on what he had truly come here for, it was already late afternoon. It seemed Ryam enjoyed lectures and lessons, filling his days with both. He reserved reading and expanding his knowledge for the night. Still, when the time came, no one questioned him as he walked through gates and opened doors, making his way downstairs. Lighting a candle, he continued down until he finally reached the locked vault, a place he knew he would be spending a lot of time in over the next few days. He opened the door to the first vault and stepped inside. Books, artifacts, and unpolished gems greeted him, but nothing piqued his interest. He began to wonder how long it would take to find what he was seeking. In the end, it took him almost a moon. The first few days had given him hope as he thought he might be lucky, perhaps guided by the many-faced god, only to discover that some treasures were elusive, not all, and certainly not the most important ones. For the next few weeks, his life fell into a routine. He would sleep, attend classes, eat, and converse with the other archmasters. Once his duties were done, he would return to the vault and continue his search. It was no surprise that his behavior raised suspicion. It had been bound to happen. Still, he waved off any concerns with a practiced ease. "What is it you do down there all the time?" Barristan asked. The man wore an archmaester's chain, and even Jaehaerys wondered how he had managed to earn it. "I read and study. There are treatises down there on economics that, though dated, offer insights that could be helpful," Jaehaerys replied. "This newfound interest of yours, what's brought it on, old friend?" Ibros inquired. "I find myself eager for knowledge and insight, I know not why," Jaehaerys said, shrugging his shoulders. "Mayhap we have another mage on our hands," Zarabilo remarked, causing the others to laugh, Jaehaerys joining in. "The day I turn into Marwyn is the day you should remove my chain," he joked, and laughter erupted once more. 3 days later, he finally found the 4 pages he needed more than anything else. He carefully added them to the stack of other scrolls and papers he had collected. It took him almost 2 hours to secretly hide them on his person, but at last, he was ready to leave. As he strolled through the corridors, he heard heavy footsteps behind him and turned to see Sam running his way. Archmaester, you dropped this," the boy exclaimed, holding out a small scroll. "Ah, thank you, Sam," Jaehaerys said. "You're welcome, Archmaester," Sam replied, a nervous smile spreading across his face as he handed over the scroll. "Late night reading, Sam?" Jaehaerys asked. "I'm trying to get another link, Archmaester," the boy said. "Then let me not keep you." "Good luck," Jaehaerys said, noticing Sam looked at him oddly before nodding and walking away. It was only later that Jaehaerys realized it was he, not Ryam, who had wished the boy well, and that the Archmaester would never have done so. But it didn't matter, soon he was walking the streets of Oldtown. By the time he reached his room, he had resumed his own appearance. He smiled at the innkeeper as he made his way up the stairs and into his room. Quickly, he dressed and placed the scrolls in a small leather satchel before taking his leave. As dawn broke, he was departing Oldtown, the ship carrying him to Lannisport, and from there, he would continue his journey. He was on his way to see the prince, though by then he might already be a king. Standing on the deck of the ship, he watched the high tower fade from view, a small smile playing on his lips as he turned and walked to his cabin. A man's work was not yet done, and he had miles to travel before he could return home. "Vala Jaehaerys," he murmured softly to the wind. Iron Islands, 298 AC, Victorian Greyjoy steered the Iron Victory into Lordsport, his anger still simmering. Fewer than 30 ships remained of his once mighty fleet. His niece and nephew were gone, presumed dead, and his forces had been decimated. Ships could be rebuilt, of course, but it was the men he had lost that truly fueled his rage. Good men, hardy men, those who were not easily replaced. There was no sign of the Cleftjaw or any of his men. Few of his niece's loyal warriors had made it back, and none of his nephews. When he disembarked, he headed straight for the inn instead of riding to the keep. He needed a good ale and information, and he needed both now. The ale was disappointing, but he drank it down nonetheless. As he listened to the stories being shared, it became clear he had underestimated the magnitude of their defeat. They took her. "She's alive, though where they brought her, I can only guess," a voice called out, and Victorian soon realized they were talking about Asha. Bloody Starks, no doubt. They already had one of Balon's children, was that not enough for them? Where did the wolves come from? I thought they were at war. They're wolves. They hide, lay in wait, and attack as a pack. Victarion had heard enough. He didn't need to learn anything more. He gathered the few remaining men he trusted and left the tavern, beginning the ride to Pike to face his brothers. He knew it was the crazy one who would make the most sense. Aeron may be mad, but he was no fool, and it was clear now that Balon was. As they rode, Victarion had more time to think. Victarion wondered what to do, pondering how to remove the stain from his name. Twice now, he had gone into battle against the Greenlanders, 3 times, if he counted the ambush he had planned for the Pinnacle ship. Each time, he had been roundly defeated, all because he hadn't done his own scouting. If he had known the size of the fleet Baratheon could gather, he wouldn't have faced them at Fair Isle. Had he been aware of the North's reserves, he could have prevented this folly, this farce, and saved both face and many lives in the process. By the time he reached the keep, he was furious. His expression silenced any comments, and not even a simple hello greeted him from the guards as he stormed in to see his brothers. Aeron stood whispering to Balon, who sat in the seastone chair. Balon had the gall to glare at him angrily when he entered. "Ah, hail our defeated Lord Captain," Balon sneered. "The man I've twice chosen to lead my fleet and the man who's twice lost the battles I've planned so meticulously." He pointed at Aeron. Meticulously, and I thought him the crazy one. I gave you the plans, the timing. The North is off fighting a war, and what have you brought me? The spoils of war? The trappings of victory? Vengeance and justice for the usurper's dog? No, you've brought me less than I gave you and lost my children in the process. Balon's voice was laced with anger. If he weren't Victarion's brother, but just his king, he would be dead where he sat. Your folly, your foolishness has now cost us twice. Just like 9 years ago, when it cost us a fleet, our dignity, and 2 of your sons. Why? Because you knew better. You had a plan, a vision. And where did that vision get us, brother? Oh, king of mine. Where? The same place your vision got us this time, screwed over with not even a whore's payment for the privilege. He spat the words out, filled with rage. How dare you speak to me that way? Balon shot back. Way, I am your king, Balon said, and Victarion laughed. King? King of what? Our fleet was nearly destroyed, brother. We lost most of our best men. And when the dragon takes his throne, where will he look next? He moved closer, glaring at Aeron, who seemed lost in prayer, then turned his angry gaze back to Balon. We've attacked his kin, his home. He either has my niece and nephew, or they're with the drowned god. Either way, he'll be looking here. And when they come, and they will come, I wish you good fortune. Victarion turned and walked away, hearing Balon shout and scream behind him, stripping him of rank and title. Not that he cared. An Ironborn was only as powerful as the ships they commanded, and those ships would follow him, not Balon. He had sent them to defeat twice, and no Ironborn would follow him a 3rd time. The drink at the inn that night was well received, and the men's spirits were high as he explained his plans. They were reavers, and it was time to reave. Given what was soon to come for them, time was not something they had in abundance. The dragon was a Stark, with connections to the west and the Reach, and soon the largest fleet in Westeros would be his to command. Robert had made a mistake by leaving Balon in charge. He doubted this Jon Snow or Jaehaerys Targaryen would make the same error. The Northman would be eager to beat down the gates of Pike once more. He might as well enjoy himself for the few remaining moons or years he had left. Captain! Captain! He heard someone shout, his head throbbing as he lay in bed. What is it? He shouted back, wincing at the sound of his own voice. The king, Captain. The king is dead. He dressed quickly and found men waiting, horses ready to ride. At that moment, he knew what he had heard was true. Riding hard to the keep, he saw a group of men gathered below, with his brother standing among them. Victarion jumped off his horse and ran toward them. Victarion arrived to find the body laid out before him. "He fell from the bridge, Lord Captain," one of the men said. Victarion shook his head. "There was a storm last night. The winds were heavy," another man added. "The king is dead, it's time to choose a new king," Aaron said, looking at him. Victarion stared at his brother's lifeless form. Did he jump? Would Balon really take his own life? Had someone pushed him, murdered him? He didn't know, but he was certain that Balon hadn't simply fallen. In the end, it mattered little. Balon was dead, and perhaps with him gone, there was a chance for peace with the Greenlanders, and only a king could grant them that. "Organize the kingsmoot," he commanded, turning away. Bear Island, 298 AC. After the attack, they had doubled their patrols, and then word came from other keeps in the north. The Ironborn had been defeated and driven back to their rocky stronghold. Arya and Lyanna both loved to say that when Alysanne wasn't around. Lyra didn't mind, but Alysanne was much stricter. Arya thought it was only because Lady Meech had left her in charge. Before the war started, Alysanne would have been the one encouraging them and laughing when they used rude words. Her favorite memory was of sneaking down to the dungeons to see Theon Greyjoy. The cocky, self-assured grin he wore in Winterfell was completely gone now. Though he had recovered somewhat from his injuries, Lyra told them he'd never force himself on a girl again. It took Arya some time to understand what unmanned meant, but she was certain that if anyone deserved it, it was Theon. She relished the jibes and insults she sent his way when she and Lyanna snuck into the dungeons. Back in Winterfell, before Jon came to visit and Theon fell from grace, Arya had to endure insults from him, so she felt it was only right that he received the same from her, especially after what he had tried to do that night. One of the benefits of being attacked was that Arya's training, along with Lyanna's, had evolved since then. Although they still practiced archery and went hunting, they had also begun to train with maces. At first, Arya had been upset about not being able to use a sword. She had watched Jon and Loras wield theirs at Winterfell and longed to emulate them. But both Lyra and Alysanne convinced her that, while neither of them were particularly skilled with swords, she was now a she-wolf of Bear Island, a title that filled Arya with pride. So, she was handed a mace, and soon she discovered that it was an easier weapon to master. Right now, she was practicing. "Swing it with all your might, Arya." No, it doesn't matter if you miss the head, just make sure you hit something." "That's it, Lyanna." "Excellent." Lyra shouted as both she and Lyanna moved through the dummies, weaving left and right, striking low and high. While Lyanna was more focused in her steps, Arya added spins and flourishes to hers, inspired by the way she had seen Jon fight. Alysanne had encouraged her to develop her own style, reminding her that she was a Stark and should fight like one. The first time Alysanne had said that, Arya misunderstood, thinking it meant she could never be a Mormont like them. That notion was quickly dispelled when Alysanne explained that she was referring to Arya's body. Other than Daisy, all the Mormont women resembled their mother, and Arya most likely would take after her own. Her body shape simply wouldn't allow her to fight in the same way they did. So, Arya redoubled her efforts, and now she fought like a Stark. Arya Stark of Winterfell and Bear Island, she thought with a smile as she struck the last target. "Gods, you're slow," she heard Lyanna say. "I'm faster than you," Arya replied confidently. "No, you're not." "I beat you," Lyanna countered. "I beat you yesterday." "How about a race then?" Lyanna suggested, only for Lyra to interject. "Look at both of you." "Enough, or I'll make you clean the stables," Lyra said, and as always, her words quickly silenced them. They weren't arguing, they never did. Not with Lyanna around. She and the littlest she-bear were the best of friends. They pushed each other, knew just what to say to annoy one another, and had a knack for making each other laugh. Every morning, Arya could count on seeing Lyanna before anyone else. Whether it was Lyanna coming to Arya's room or Arya heading to Lyanna's, their friendship was a constant in her life. More than the training she enjoyed, the freedom to do things that often got her in trouble at Winterfell, the studies they tackled together, or the absence of a Sept to bother her, Lyanna was the best part of living on Bear Island. Arya had always made friends easily, the cook's daughter, some of the guards' children, and a few of the orphans from Wintertown. But unlike Sansa, she had never had a friend she could confide in constantly, not until she came here. Now, she realized she couldn't imagine her life without that connection. After Lyra finished scolding them for a fight that hadn't even been a fight, they were told to head off to their studies. During their lessons, Arya heard the news that everything was about to change. She would be leaving Bear Island far sooner than she had expected. They had been learning about the kings of winter and how her house had held the north for 8,000 years. The Maester explained how, from the moment Roderick Stark had gifted them Bear Island, House Mormont had stood side by side with the Starks, never once breaking faith. This was a fact that filled both Arya and Lyanna with pride. Just as they began to delve into House Mormont's history, a servant entered and announced that Alysanne wished to see them both. They exchanged glances as they walked, both trying to recall any pranks they might have pulled that could have been discovered. Oddly enough, neither could remember doing anything mischievous that day, which was unusual. By the time they reached the Great Hall, their nerves were equally frayed. They heard the joyful sounds from inside. Lyanna glanced at Arya, and together they rushed in. "Girls, come. We have great news to share," Lyra exclaimed as they entered, and Arya noticed the mug of ale in her hand, along with mugs in nearly everyone else's hands. "Come, girls," Alysanne encouraged. Eagerly, they moved to the chair where Lady Meege, and now Alysanne in her absence, would hear petitions. Arya saw the wide smile on Alysanne's face and felt a surge of certainty that the news was good. "We've received word about your mother, father, and brother, first from Winterfell, then from King's Landing," Alysanne said, leaving Arya confused. "King's Landing? Why would they be getting news from there? Mother is well, right? Jory?" Lyanna asked, while Arya tried to piece it all together. "They are all well, your father, brother, and even your cousin," Alysanne confirmed. "Jon is my brother," Arya said, feeling a bit annoyed. Alysanne chuckled. "I meant your other cousin, the one with the wolf." "Oh," Arya replied, recalling how she had excitedly shared stories about Cregan one night, hoping her father would forgive her for speaking of him. "The North has achieved a great victory against the Knights of the Vale. Your mother and Jory undoubtedly played their part, as did your father, brother, and cousin. And I'm happy to say they're all safe," Lyra added, stepping closer to them. "Jon?" Arya asked nervously, searching Alysanne's face for reassurance. "It's over, Arya. They've taken King's Landing. The war is done, and soon we'll have a king to crown," Alysanne said, and Arya felt joy swell inside her, even more so a moment later. "That's not all. Tell her, ally," Lyra urged, finishing the last drops of ale from her mug. I suppose I better had. You girls are going on a little trip. You're off to King's Landing to see a king crowned. Your brother requests your presence, Arya, and where you go, I have no doubt my sister will follow," Alysanne announced. "Really? We're really going?" Arya asked, her excitement bubbling over as she smiled at Lyanna. "Aye, as soon as the she-bear returns, both you and Lyra can come along." "I'd join you, but—" Alysanne began. Before she could finish, Arya and Lyanna couldn't help themselves. They wrapped their arms around her in a tight hug, and Alysanne chuckled, embracing them back. It took another week for the ship to arrive, and each day felt longer than the last for Arya. When the ship finally came into view, she still didn't feel prepared. She had almost been forced to leave most of her belongings behind, and if it hadn't been for Lyanna getting a servant to help her pack, she would have set sail with only one change of clothing. Alysanne accompanied them to the docks, and Arya frowned when she spotted Theon Greyjoy being brought aboard, the Ironborn chained and limping badly. "Why is he coming?" Arya asked, her curiosity piqued. "He committed a crime against the crown, Arya, and the crown will punish him," Lyra explained. "I thought he committed it against our island," Arya replied, earning a warm smile from Alysanne. "He committed it against the king's sister." "I think your brother would be less than pleased if he didn't get to deal with it himself," Lyra said. Arya nodded, wondering what Jon would do to him. "Now, you girls be careful. Stick together and try not to get into too much mischief. Let them not say we raise savages on Bear Island. Both of you act like the warrior ladies I know you are," Alysanne advised. One by one, they hugged her, first Arya, then Lyanna, and finally Lyra. "Thank you, Lady Alysanne, for everything," Arya said, feeling the woman muss her hair affectionately. "Go, sail away and leave me all alone." "I'll see you all on your return," Alysanne replied, her voice tinged with sadness. As Arya watched Bear Island fade from view, a mix of emotions washed over her. She felt a twinge of sadness, but excitement bubbled within her too. She would soon see her father, Robb, Sansa, Cregan, and Jon. Looking down at Nymeria, who lay at her feet, Arya felt a sense of adventure stirring in her heart. As Arya snoozed on the deck, she looked forward to the pack being together once more. It was the year 298 AC in the Riverlands, and Cat had spent each day hiding in this dreadful place, watching the news worsen. It hadn't come as a surprise that her home had fallen. She took some comfort in knowing that she and Edmure had been far away when it happened. She had placed her faith in the Knights of the Vale, only to discover that they too had succumbed. Although she hadn't received any word about Edmure, her heart was heavy with fear for his safety. What troubled her even more was that Peter knew about everything and chose not to tell her. His reassurances felt hollow this time. "I didn't wish to upset you any more than you already were, my love," he said, concern filling his eyes. "I'm a grown woman, Peter. I understand the nature of our predicament, and I don't want to be kept in the dark. Forgive me, Cat. I thought I was doing what was right." "I won't keep anything from you again," he replied, offering her a gentle smile. "I can't bear it, Peter, not from you. It was the secrets that caused this." He nodded, acknowledging her truth. If Ned hadn't kept things from her, she wouldn't have ended up hiding out in a brothel on lands that once belonged to her family, lands she feared would never be hers again. Though Peter assured her that he understood and wouldn't hide anything again, Cat wasn't sure she believed him. Whether it was due to Ned's past duplicity or something else, she didn't know. But she had started sneaking around, trying to uncover the truth on her own. When Peter finally revealed his plan, she felt a mix of relief and shock. Essos? She couldn't go to Essos, certainly not for an extended stay. Yes, she wanted to keep her head, but if she could reach Ned and plead for their children's sake, surely he wouldn't let the worst happen to her. Yet, the little voice at the back of her mind whispered doubts. He screamed that he already had. He had seen her family brought low and was not satisfied with just shaming her. They had just reached the crossroads inn when the rest of the news arrived, clarifying the urgency behind their hasty departure from the brothel. Robert Baratheon was dead, defeated in single combat by the bastard and then executed by the sword of the morning. Cat struggled to breathe upon hearing about Ser Arthur Dayne. Everything had been a lie: Ned, Brandon, the bastard, what had happened in Dorne, the rebellion, her life, every bit of it had been a deception she had been blissfully unaware of. "What do you mean, dragons?" she heard Peter say, shaking her head as her thoughts clouded her hearing. "Two of them, my lord. One at the Trident flew by the prince, and one at the God's Eye flew by the king," the barkeep replied. Cat glared at the man for speaking such nonsense. They rode on, choosing not to stay in the inn that night. Instead, they lay hidden in the undergrowth. Kat was frustrated and upset, not in the mood when Peter began to remove her clothing. Still, she allowed him to have his way with her, though she felt little pleasure in the act. She hadn't felt that way since they were married, and even less so that night. Her mind was consumed with fear and worry. Even if it weren't, Peter no longer stirred her heart as he once had. For all the blame she placed on Ned, the lies and secrets he had kept from her, the shame he had brought upon her, he still compared favorably to her new husband in matters of intimacy. The pleasure Ned had given her stood in stark contrast to the emptiness she felt with Peter. Why was that? Was it Peter himself, or had part of her been broken by Ned and his bastard? A part of her she had lost and would never regain. She couldn't be sure, and so. Most nights with Peter felt like a performance, a charade he completely bought into. But tonight, there was no pretense, and she wasn't surprised to find that he didn't care either way. Rolling over on the ground, she felt her eyelids grow heavy, hoping for a dreamless sleep, something that was becoming increasingly rare. Suddenly, she found herself running through the woods, the howls of wolves echoing in the distance. Her hands and feet throbbed from where she'd fallen and dragged herself along the ground. Her dress was torn from the branches, and her face bore scratches from the thorns of the bushes she'd hidden in when the wolves got too close. Taking deep breaths, she scanned her surroundings, searching for an escape from this nightmare. Then she saw them. The red eyes pierced her soul, and as the clouds shifted, the moonlight illuminated the creature's white fur. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprinted again, noticing the trees beginning to thin. Finally, she spotted an opening ahead and raced toward it. But when she reached the clearing, she screamed. A dragon, with white scales and deep purple eyes, stared back at her, challenging her to step out of the trees. Behind her, the wolves were gaining ground, pushing her to run in the only direction left to her. Soon, the sounds of the wolves faded, replaced by the raucous calls of birds. She looked up to see hundreds, thousands, of them, their cries echoing in her mind. 1,000 eyes and one I have, you can never hide from me. The bastard's voice sent a chill down her spine. She took off again, but then she felt it, an immense shadow overhead. Looking up in horror, she saw the dragon, now even larger, its white scales shimmering in the moonlight, its wings a vibrant blue, even deeper than her own eyes. The rush of wind from those wings knocked her off her feet, and her heart sank when she saw him on the dragon's back. His dark hair and gray eyes stood out, and the expression he wore filled her with dread. "Please, I'm sorry. Forgive me," she begged. She looked up at him and saw him smile. "Dracarys," he said, and the dragon opened its mouth, flames flickering to life inside. Kat watched as the fire began to build. Suddenly, she jolted awake and rushed to the nearby stream, emptying her stomach into the cool water. After wiping her mouth, she took a long drink and splashed some water on her face. Kat, my love, what's wrong?" Peter asked, concern etched on his face as she grabbed him tightly. The next morning, after they broke their fast, they continued their journey. 2 days later, when Kat finally caught sight of Wickenden, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. The following day, they boarded a ship, and by nightfall, as they sailed away, Kat felt somewhat more at ease on the water than she had on land. However, that sense of comfort was short-lived. One night, too scared to sleep, she wandered onto the deck and found Peter speaking with one of his men. "I need her with me, she's the only thing that'll keep me alive," Peter said. "That, and her being your wife, my lord," the man replied. "Married life is not what I expected, I have to admit. But as long as she's with me, the dragon won't come," Peter said. "The fingers won't be safe, my lord." Nowhere is safe from a man with a dragon. "A king with one is even less so," Peter replied. Kat quietly slipped back down to her room and pretended to sleep when he entered an hour or two later. By the time they reached Druford, she had spent more time feigning sleep and replaying thoughts in her mind than actually resting. When they were together, she played the dutiful wife, and he certainly appreciated her mummery during his business dealings. Peter smiled at her more and more, while Cat learned which of his smiles were genuine and which were not. They heard news that the bastard had taken King's Landing and would soon hold his coronation. He and Lady Margaery were to be wed, and Cat felt those old feelings stir within her once again. This time, however, she pushed them down. For once, the bastard was not her greatest concern. Instead, that honor now fell to her. Cat's thoughts swirled around her husband, words and phrases, fleeting moments, things said and left unspoken, all weighing heavily on her mind. When she heard the news of Lisa and Robin's deaths, it struck her as truth. The tales Jaehaerys Lannister had shared, the song Peter despised, and his own reaction to the news turned her suspicions into certainty. Cat began to wonder just how many other lies Peter had spun, and to her dismay, she concluded that he had rarely spoken a word of truth to her. "We will leave for Essos soon, my love," he said one day as she gazed out the window of Drearfort. "We will," she replied, a smile breaking across her face as she caught a glimpse of his genuine smile. "Aye, just a few more arrangements to make, and once we're there, we can plan for our return." "You have plans to deal with the king?" she inquired. "Oh, dear Cat, if you only knew the plans I have," he said, kissing her forehead before leaving the room. It became increasingly clear to Cat that she needed to distance herself from him, but she had yet to figure out where to go or how to get there. Peter was no savior, no hero coming to her rescue. In fact, she was beginning to see him as a villain, equally responsible for her plight, if not more so. He was not a man who had her best interests at heart. As she looked into his eyes, she felt a shudder run through her. "A thousand eyes in one," a voice whispered, and tears streamed down her face as she realized just how trapped she truly was. Skirling Pass, 298 AC, Kinvara. They had ridden hard but encountered no trouble on the road since Leaf had left them, a fact that brought relief to both her and Val. Kinvara never truly felt endangered when she walked in her god's light. She knew her time would come eventually, but that was many years away. She found herself growing fond of Val, who, despite her rough edges, was a lady in every sense. Had Val been born south of the Wall, she would have been the kind of lady for whom men would wage wars. Val loved hearing the tales, even if she snorted and shook her head at some of them. Kinvara had grown accustomed to the mix of fascination and feigned indifference from those around her. But what truly captivated Val was the fire. She remained awestruck whenever Kinvara or her men demonstrated their abilities. In this cold place, the mere idea of conjuring a flame without a spark was something everyone would give anything to achieve. That realization gave Kinvara a distinct advantage. She possessed a power that could help her win them over. The next day, they were joined by a large group of men, among them a stout figure with a big belly and a white beard. He eyed them suspiciously, but his gaze softened when it landed on Val. Kinvara assessed his appearance. Although he wore similar clothing to the others, there were notable differences. The golden bands encircling his arms would fetch a hefty price, but it was the inscriptions on them that piqued her interest. They appeared to be in an ancient tongue, she guessed. He wore ringmail, and when he noticed Kinvara studying him, he broke into a broad smile. "You look like you want to taste me cock," he boomed. "For heaven's sake, Tormund, be bloody quiet for once. Where's Mance?" Val shot back, and Tormund's smile faded. "With your sister." "She's poorly, Val," he replied. "Is she ill?" "Perhaps I can help," Kinvara offered. "She's with child," Val said, looking at Kinvara with hope. "Lead the way, and I'll do my god's bidding, Val." "Val, who are these kneelers?" Tormund asked, glaring at her and her two guards. "It doesn't matter. Just take us to Dalla." "Jarl, what about the others?" Tormund pressed, but Val shook her head. The men surrounding them soon led the way to a large tent. Val bolted away when she heard screams from inside. When Kinvara reached the tent, she glanced at Tormund, who looked momentarily confused. Then, it dawned on him what was happening. "Just you," he said, and she nodded before stepping into the tent. Inside, a woman lay in pain on a pile of furs, while another woman leaned over her, concern etched on her face. A dark-haired man held the woman's hand, casting a worried glance at Val. As Kinvara moved the other woman aside, she heard Val speak softly to the man. Kinvara then placed her hand on the woman's forehead and followed it down to her belly, shaking her head as she felt the situation within. "Val, what I need to do must be done, for your sister and her baby. It can't be stopped if you want them both to live." "Who are you?" the man asked, looking at Val. "Val? Trust me, Mance. She can help," Val reassured him. So, this was the king beyond the wall, Kinvara thought, stealing a quick glance at him. She now realized that this woman was his wife and Val's sister, making her mission to save her even more urgent. "Don't stop me, no matter what you see. Is that understood?" she said, locking eyes with Mance. He looked at Val, then nodded. Kinvara cut her hand and rubbed the blood on Dalla's stomach, placing her uninjured hand over it before moving the cut hand to her ruby pendant. Closing her eyes, she prayed to R'hllor, feeling the flames dance on her fingers as they touched Dalla's skin. She ignored the shouts behind her, focusing instead on her prayer. Visions flashed before her, the woman dying, the baby slipping away, Val screaming in pain and heartbreak in the snow, and the king beyond the wall as a broken man wandering alone on an ice-filled field. "Water, I need water," Kinvara said, and the other woman hurried to bring her a mug. Nodding to the woman, Kinvara allowed her to tilt the mug back, drinking it all down. She shook her head when the woman tried to take the mug away. Feeling the fire within her, Kinvara spat the water back into the mug, the liquid now steaming as if it had just been boiled. "Give it to her. She must drink it, all of it," Kinvara insisted, and Val looked at her sister, then nodded. Dalla followed Kinvara's instructions and drank the entire concoction without hesitation. When Kinvara noticed the flame on her fingertips intensifying and the light growing brighter, she smiled and withdrew her hand. An hour later, the cries of a newborn echoed through the tent. After handing the baby to Dalla, Kinvara observed as color returned to Dalla's face. "The Lord wills you both a long life," she said, glancing at Dalla and noticing Val's smile when she turned back to her. Who is this woman?" Mance asked, gently touching his son's head and kissing his wife before looking back at Kinvara. "This is Kinvara, a priestess of the Lord of Light. She's been sent to help," Val explained. "By whom?" "Her god?" Mance asked, skepticism in his voice. "No, by my prince, my god's chosen, the man who wishes to save your people," Kinvara replied, observing the surprise on Mance's face. Beyond the wall, in 298 AC, Bloodraven watched as Leaf moved with grace, easily dispatching the men who confronted her. The two red warriors fell as if they were nothing. Then, he witnessed a blonde wildling charging at her, only to see her stomach torn open, her insides spilling onto the snow. The priestess fled, and Brynden smiled. The red god held no power here. This was his side of the wall, and although he shared his domain with gods, soon even they would fall. When he saw her die, relief washed over him. Things were returning to normal, progressing as they should. The free folk would crumble as needed, ensuring the balance remained intact. He looked south and watched events unfold as he had anticipated, the war that was not a war, always destined for one outcome. For the first time in years, he found himself smiling. She was here, his love had returned, and soon he would be able to do what needed to be done. He gazed north and saw them, just as they had always been, watching, waiting. Soon, they would march in earnest. The course had been set, and the die was cast. The die was cast, and while others would engage in the game, he was confident that in the end, he would emerge victorious. Closing his eyes, he delved deep beneath the sea, knowing his true plans needed to remain hidden from those who might try to interfere. Once again, he found himself swimming in the river, the current pulling him further back than he had intended. No matter how many times he visited this place, he still couldn't grasp what he truly desired. Valeria's magic was more potent than his own, concealing things even from a man who could see all. Daenerys was one of those hidden truths. He could see her, hear her voice, and had listened to her warnings many times, yet he could never uncover her reality. The book was a mystery, he could see her writing in it, yet he could never discern the words, and it frustrated him to witness so much yet understand so little. Leaving Valeria behind, he found himself traveling upstream, past the Conqueror, through the dance, and even beyond his younger self. As the river's current grew swifter and more challenging, he realized he had ventured far beyond his present time. "No, my love, I'm fine," Jaehaerys said. "Are you?" "You look pale, Jay," she replied. "Magic requires sacrifice, and I always recover." "Is it necessary?" My love, it is." "Come, we promised to have dinner with my aunt." "Should I really wear this?" Margaery asked, picking up the pin. "I'm sure she'd love to see it again," Jaehaerys responded, feeling a surge of excitement as he looked at them, watching her face and how quickly she moved. Brynden couldn't help but laugh. His eyes opened, revealing Leaf standing before him, the child looking up eagerly. "Did you see the prince?" Leaf asked. I saw him. Things in the south are unfolding as we wish. The prince is soon to be a king," Brynden replied, noting the smile spreading across the child's face. "Then he will come?" Leaf asked, eyes bright with anticipation. "Soon, it will be time." "Did you burn the bodies?" "I did. Magic knows magic, and I wouldn't let." "Good, you have helped our prince greatly, Leaf. You've taken care of a danger he was unaware of." "I'll be sure to mention it when we meet him," he said, noticing Leaf's prideful smile. "I'll let the others know," Leaf replied, and Brynden watched as she left. He heard her share what she had done, telling them the prince would soon arrive. Closing his eyes once more, he reflected on the free folk as they were. The Night King would soon be ready to move, all the pieces were in place. Now, all he had to do was wait and be prepared. Casterly Rock, 298 AC. Sarella felt that her work was nearly complete. As she reviewed the papers, she was astonished by how much she had learned. There was no one in this world, except perhaps Jon, who knew as much about dragons as she did. She had imagined few who understood magic as deeply as she did. While she missed having the dragons around and the maesters whom she had come to regard fondly, it was Melisandre she longed to see again. Marwyn was an intriguing man who had helped her grasp certain concepts, but his focus was more on her work than on sharing his own insights. Jon permitted her to discuss the magical aspects of her studies, yet both Marwyn and Loamr were far more interested in the dragons. On that topic, she spoke only briefly. Melisandre, however, had introduced her to fascinating ideas, things she hadn't shared with anyone else, except perhaps Jon. She had explained that blood was the key to almost everything in magic. It was the source of power and the fuel that drove that power. Just as a fire needs wood and a flame, magic needs blood, Melisandre had said. This revelation had prompted Sarella to make connections that she wasn't sure anyone else had. She spent considerable time tracing bloodlines and examining their magical aspects. When she asked Jon about them, his insights only enriched her understanding. Both sides of his bloodline were infused with so much magic that Jon wondered if that was why only he could fulfill the prophecy. Melisandre had called him the Son of Ice and Fire, and he knew that to be true. But it wasn't just Stark and Targaryen blood that flowed through his veins. "My family married the Ward King's daughters, bringing their bloodline into our own. They say Bran the Builder married a child of the forest and was the son of Brandon the Bloody Blade, who himself was a son of Garth Greenhand," Jon explained. "Do you really believe it?" she asked, curiosity sparking in her eyes. I know there is strong magic in my mother's blood and, through her, in mine. There's magic in my father's blood as well, Jon replied. Those of Valyria were always said to possess magical blood, she agreed, nodding thoughtfully. And the 40 even more so, as they were the only ones who could control dragons. Think about it, there are others out there who can claim Valyrian ancestry, Sarella, yet only those tied to my family have ever been able to ride dragons. House Velaryon is a noble house as old as mine, and yet it's only through their ties with House Targaryen that they've had dragon riders. You think the 40 is the reason? Sarella asked, intrigued. I believe Valyria holds secrets that none of us know, and perhaps we never will. I know magic recognizes magic, so maybe one day you or I will uncover those secrets. But I'm certain that blood is the key, Jon said with conviction. Sarella had traced the bloodline as far back as she could, paying close attention to House Targaryen and its many marriages. In doing so, she had stumbled upon a startling discovery, one she had only made because of news from the war. They had been sharing a meal one night when a note was handed to Jenna, the lady informing Daisy and Ashera of the victories at Riverrun, the Trident, and the God's Eye, assuring them that both their husbands were safe and well. Sarella had noticed the same look on their faces that she had worn when she had learned of her father's victory in the Stormlands. Sarella, can you join us? Jenna asked when the meal was finished. She followed Jenna, Daisy, and Ashera out of the hall, the latter's belly swelling with life, and it felt like a moment suspended in time. It would only be a moon or so until another babe was born. When they entered the Ladies' Solar, Sarella noticed more concern than she had anticipated. She wondered if she had misheard the news or if a mummery was being played out for the sake of morale. Dragons, Sarella, how does a bond work with them? Jenna asked, catching her by surprise. From what I can gather, my lady, only someone with the blood of House Targaryen can bond with a dragon, Sarella replied, confused as to why the lady would pose such a question. And how strong does this blood connection have to be? Could it be anyone with Targaryen blood, or does it need to be direct? Ashera inquired. Direct? Sarella echoed. Father to son? Jenna clarified. I don't think it works quite like that. During the dance. Sarella paused. May I ask what your concerns are, my lady? I feel there's something you're not telling me. Jenna explained that there was a boy claiming to be her cousin, backed by the Golden Company, and she worried he could take Jon or Tyrion's dragon from them. It seemed she feared another dance, and Sarella felt relieved that she could reassure her. Once a dragon has bonded, my lady, only death can release it. Ligeron is Tyrion's mount, and not even Jon could take him from Tyrion, nor could Tyrion take Rhaenys from Jon. So even if this so-called Aegon is actually who he claims to be? Ashera said, her tone leaving no doubt that she believed the boy claiming to be her cousin was anything but. Even then, my lady, Sarella said, observing their relief. Later that night, as she pondered it more clearly, the realization hit her, the boy had to be a Blackfyre. As she traced Jon's lineage, she recognized the shift. The split between the Blackfyres and the Targaryens was more than just a house division, it represented a break in the line itself, a change that led her to another fact about magic she hadn't yet considered. Sarella had come to a realization that changed everything. After the last dragon died, magic, as the world knew it, transformed, and ever since then, the world had been struggling to regain its balance. No one felt this more acutely than House Targaryen. While the unworthy's appetites undoubtedly influenced his behavior, they may have also driven him to act as he did. As Sarella examined the connections forming in front of her, she noticed how House Targaryen and House Blackwood intertwined at this point in history. The First Men and Old Valyria seemed to be converging, and she began to see it not merely as lust from an unworthy king, but as magic seeking magic. This perspective shifted everything for her. Though House Blackfyre also stemmed from the unworthy's escapades, it was here that the lines diverged. Sarella traced the names down to Jon, the current Jaehaerys Targaryen. Daeron to Mikar to Aegon the Unlikely, who himself married Betha Blackwood. Aegon to Jaehaerys, Jaehaerys to Aerys, who married his sister Riella, to Rhaegar, who married Lyanna Stark, and finally to Jon, Jaehaerys Targaryen, the Song of Ice and Fire, she said, her fingers brushing over the page. There was something significant here, a plan unfolding that she could almost see clearly, yet she sensed there was still a piece missing. For the next few days, she pored over papers and examined connections, and throughout her research, the theme of magic seeking magic persisted. When news arrived that the war was over and they would be heading to King's Landing, Sarella felt a surge of eagerness for the journey. She gathered her papers, placing them with the rest of her belongings, and looked forward to speaking with Jon upon her arrival. She wanted to share her discoveries and decipher what they all meant together. What she knew for certain was that, regardless of the reasons behind it all, Jon Snow was the culmination of this intricate web, and she felt it was essential for him to know. In the realm, it was 298 AC. The waves from Jay's warging rippled through the vale, near Albert Stone, where the goats grazed peacefully. The animals were more restless than ever tonight, shifting around and refusing to be milked. Albert struggled to keep them calm. Even Patches, usually the most docile of the herd, had tried to kick him more than once. Why were they acting this way? He couldn't say for certain, but he suspected a storm was brewing. The animals always became jittery when they sensed one approaching. He dragged the next goat over and finally managed to calm it down. The milk flowed quickly, as if she couldn't wait to be elsewhere. At least one of them was being helpful, he thought. Suddenly, a loud bleat startled him, causing him to tumble off his log. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been kicked in the head by the eager goat trying to escape his grasp. Albert stumbled to his feet and glanced over the small herd. They were all bleating at Patches, moving away from her as she stared them down. Curious, he approached to see what was wrong, but as he stepped outside the shed, he decided the milking could wait until tomorrow. He repeated this to himself as he practically ran home. Even as he tried to sleep that night, the image lingered in his mind. He had never seen a goat with white eyes before, and he knew Patch's eyes hadn't always been that color. In the Riverlands, Hoster Blackwood leaned against a tree, taking a moment to relieve himself when he felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. He quickly finished and drew his sword. Though the battle was over and he had no immediate fears, something felt off. As he stepped away from the tree, he looked up at the branches above him. It was unusual to see a sparrow so brazen. The birds typically kept their distance from men. But here were 4 or 5 of them perched on the same branch, staring down at him. It was a sight he had never encountered before, and it sent a shiver down his spine. He felt foolish for being spooked. His family was well known for their ravens and their connection with birds. Yet, for some reason, he couldn't shake the unease as he watched the birds in the tree. He took a step back and Hoster turned to head back to camp when the birds suddenly began to chirp in unison. The sound felt pain to his ears, and as he glanced back at them, he froze. There were now more than a dozen birds gathered, as if they had been summoned. Confused, Hoster moved closer and looked up. In that moment, the birds all turned their gaze down at him. Their eyes were white, and he realized they had been warged. But how anyone could control so many at once was beyond his understanding. Suddenly, the flock took to the air, each bird flying off in a different direction. A chill ran down Hoster's spine as he hurried back to the camp. It wasn't quite 1,000 eyes, but it was far more than 24, and he found himself wondering not how it was done, but who possessed the power to do so. In Dorne, in the year 298 AC, Arianne stood on the balcony, the cool night air wrapping around her. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a unique hue over the city below. She cherished nights like this, when her mind could wander freely, unburdened by the invasive thoughts of schemes and plots. Tonight, she could dream of the future without worry. Her days were filled with concerns, unpleasant nights and worries aplenty, but tonight was meant for dreams. She smiled as she thought of her lion, hoping he was somewhere dreaming of her too. Each day she woke, she prayed for his safety. It was an unusual situation for her, one she had never imagined herself in. Love was not something she had dared to dream about or thought she would ever feel. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the sounds of hooves on the ground, the whinnies and neighs coming from the stables to her left. Dressing quickly, she called for her guards and learned that there was no danger, though something had spooked the horses. Concerned for her own steed, she asked them to take her to the stables, where she soon found herself standing. In the stables, the unsettling moment seemed to pass. Arianne gently stroked her horse's mane, feeling his pleasure as he leaned against her. After ensuring everything was fine, she turned to head back to her bed. Yet, something compelled her to glance back at the horses. One of them locked eyes with her, staring as if trying to understand who she was and measure her worth. For a brief moment, it annoyed her, but then she was taken aback. Its eyes were whiter than the moon she had admired just earlier. That night, as she drifted off to sleep, she began to wonder, had the mare's eyes always been so white? Meanwhile, in the realm of 298 AC, the wolf's wood echoed with the howls of the pack, sending prey scattering in fear. The sound felt unnatural and forced, the pack sensed a threat. Yet, she did not. Her eyes remained forward, absorbing everything as if it were all new. As the pack ran, she felt a profound certainty, she was not alone, and she would never be again. A small creature scurried through the cracks of a ship, drawn by the scent of food just ahead. The men above were no longer a threat, he felt braver, no longer afraid of their steel hands. When he spotted the morsel, he seized it and disappeared in an instant, faster and cleverer than before. Though it had hurt initially, the comforting presence now gave him direction. Crawling back into his hole, he felt his youth return, sensing it in the eagerness and lack of fear that surrounded him. Meanwhile, a bird soared through the sky, surveying the mountains below, the rocky shore ahead, and the distant trees. Her eyesight, once fading, now felt as sharp as it had in her youth. Everything appeared more vibrant, and the scents filled her senses once more. Spotting prey below, she dove and captured it effortlessly, something she hadn't managed to do for days, weeks, or even moons. For too long, she had lived on scraps. She knew her time was nearing an end. An eagle that couldn't hunt was of no use to the world, and it had been a long time since she'd been swift enough to do so. Yet, once again, she felt the power she had once possessed, an eagle, supreme in the sky. Her wings beat like those of a hatchling, and her heart raced with exhilaration. When she landed, she feasted on the fresh, juicy meat she had captured, and its taste invigorated her even more. She had welcomed this presence, as she had been in no fit state to fight it, and now she was grateful she had. Taking to the air once more, her destination lay far away, but she would fly to it. This was a life, a second life, and she would not squander the opportunity she had been given. Meanwhile, in the year 298 AC, the Pirate King had finally put an end to the moons of fighting. Though it had been just days since he emerged victorious, boredom quickly set in. He had reveled in the bloodshed, testing his mettle against weaker men. After all, he was a god, what fear could a god have of mere mortals? Yet, he questioned why he had come here. Hadn't he intended to sail to Valyria and Volantis? Wasn't it Karth with its warlocks, and Asshai with its shadowbinders, that he meant to visit? Didn't he have work for them all? Or so he had thought. As he sailed past the stepstones, he felt a familiar voice echoing in his mind, the same one he had heard all those years ago. Here he was meant to stay, to rule, and to wait until it was time to sail home once more. 9 years had passed since he last heard that voice, and over time, he had begun to question its validity, wondering if it had been a dream or the madness his brother had spoken of. But he knew the truth, he had always known it. He was not mad, he was a god, and it was his destiny to rule. These islands, then others, and finally Westeros itself would fall, and his name would be whispered across the seas. To see. Wherever men had tongues to speak, they whispered his name with fear in their hearts. They spoke of the pirate king of the Stepstones, calling him by his true name only if he allowed it. As the men celebrated, he drank the blue liquid, letting the visions wash over him once more. A smile spread across his face as he envisioned the seastone chair, himself seated upon it, the driftwood crown resting on his head. The voice promised it would be the first of many crowns he would wear in his life, and who was he to argue? "We sail on the morrow," he announced, rising from his seat amidst the hall filled with men and women in various states of undress. "Enjoy your night, for soon we'll have more blood to spill." Those who followed him would be greatly rewarded. As for those who did not, well, their heads decorated this very hall. They were the men who dared to challenge him, who called his vision madness. They spoke of dragons as if a god would fear such things, as if he couldn't simply take one for himself if he desired. The next morning, they set sail, 100 ships leaving the stepstones behind, his crown resting on a table in a room full of the dead. He laughed as he stood on the deck, his blue eyes sparkling while the silence led the way. This would not be the last crown he wore, nor the last he discarded. He was destined for greatness. While men needed kings and kings needed crowns, Euron Greyjoy needed neither. After all, what use did a god have for anything? Chapter 125, The Last Blackfyre. The Rose Road, 298 AC. Loras had found the last few days to be nothing short of chaotic. He was busier than ever, juggling his responsibilities as his sister's Kingsguard with preparations for the journey ahead. Every chance he got, he sparred with Ser Barristan, and to his delight, he even managed to best Garland more than once. It was a clear sign of his improvement, and the fact that Garland took it in stride showed just how much they had both matured. There was a time when Garland would have sulked, while Loras would have reveled in his victory. At first, Loras felt frustrated being left behind while Jay flew off with Walder and Arthur. The thought of missing yet another battle and not standing by his king's side weighed heavily on him. He had already missed the battle at the God's Eye, and reflecting on its aftermath made him wonder how much help he would have truly been. When they arrived at Highgarden and learned that the battle had commenced, a flicker of excitement coursed through him, though he was secretly relieved when Jay used Renix to decisively end it. The conflict had come too close to home for his comfort, and his worries for his family clouded his focus on the fight itself. Later, while speaking with Garland about the events that had unfolded back home, Loras's feelings shifted. Garland confided in him, expressing how he had feared the end was near. He recounted the cavalry charge that Renix's flames had halted, and hearing the concern in his brother's voice, along with the notion that Garland had accepted his fate, was difficult for Loras to bear. In a moment of instinct, he reached out to place a hand on Garland's shoulder, only to be pulled into a hug. It was a gesture of deep emotion that he had never shared with his older brother before. Even after learning about the attack on his family and despite his overwhelming desire to protect them, when Jay asked him to walk with him, Loras felt upset about being left behind. He longed to see action, to stand by Jay's side, raise his sword to protect him, and see this war come to a swift conclusion. More than anything, he wanted to see Satin again. But lately, he had begun to feel lesser in Jay's eyes compared to his brothers in the Kingsguard. However, Jay soon dispelled any doubts. "Arthur, Walder, and I will be heading to deal with Dorne," Jay said as they walked through the gardens, the moon high in the sky casting its light upon them. "I need you and Ser Barristan to stay here, to act as Margaery's Kingsguard and keep my heart where it belongs." "Your Grace, I could." "Loras, it has to be you." "If I could get him to stay, I would leave Arthur here, but he would never agree to that, not with the similarities to my father. I can't force him. This is important to me. I'm asking you because there's no one I trust more with Margaery's safety. No one who can put my mind at ease like you can. You're my brother, Loras, by choice and now by marriage. If I can't rely on you, who can I rely on?" "John," Loras suggested. "Jay, I know it's difficult after everything we've been through, but I find myself hating the name given to me by my uncle. To share it with that man. Jay shook his head, his face scrunched up in frustration. My mother and father named me, and that's the name I wish to be called. Jay, Loras said, noticing the smile on his face. I'll protect her with my life, my king. I know you will. Just remember, both of you, Ser Barristan will be staying as well. Don't take any chances, Loras. Remember Ghost and Fawn. If they show any signs of worry or concern, heed them. Margaery knows this, and so does Sansa. If they even growl at someone, keep them away from your family, away from my wife. I will, Jay. You can count on me. I know that, and I do, brother, Jay said, pulling Loras into a tight embrace. After Jay left, Ser Barristan approached Loras to discuss their duties and what it truly meant to be a member of the Kingsguard. Ever since he had been given his white cloak, Loras felt an immense pride in knowing that his king was also his friend and brother, a bond he had earned. Men like the Bold and the Sword of the Morning deemed him worthy, and that filled Loras with a sense of honor in fulfilling his responsibilities to his king and queen. While some spoke of the Kingsguard as glorified bodyguards, Ser Barristan quickly corrected that misconception. The Kingsguard is more than that, Loras. They are a symbol of their graces, the crown, and the realm itself. His Grace understands this, perhaps more than anyone. It's about who the knights are within, Barristan said, placing a hand over his heart. More than who they are in this moment, he continued, touching the sword at his side, or even what adorns their armor. He gestured to the rose emblazoned on Loras's chest. That's what truly matters. I don't understand, Ser, surely their skills. Loras began. Of course, a man must be skilled, the very best among them. But there are others out there who have been just as skilled, if not more so, than the Kingsguard before. I'm sure there are some now, Barristan replied. Loras couldn't help but doubt that anyone, aside from Jaime and Jay, matched Barristan's skill, let alone approached Arthur's level. He observed the knight, who seemed lost in thought, as if he were searching for the right words while also reminiscing about something dear. His Grace once told me that despite his grandfather's madness, he had the greatest Kingsguard ever, Barristan recalled. I argued with him, both out of modesty and for other reasons. My own failures, and those of my brothers, are. Barristan's voice trailed off. Ser? Loras prompted gently. What? Oh, forgive me. Where was I? Barristan shook his head, trying to regain his focus. The best Kingsguard ever? Loras reminded him. That's right. Anyway, I argued with him, laid out my reasons, and the king just looked at me and smiled. He said that Luwin and Jonathan gave their lives fighting by his father's side. That I stood alongside him at the Trident, and that in Dorne, Ser Gerald and Ser Oswell laid down their lives to protect his son. Loras listened eagerly as Barristan spoke. It was rare for him to reflect on his former brothers so introspectively. He usually spoke of them in more general terms. He would mention Ser Gerald's resoluteness and Oswell's biting wit, Jonathan's steadfastness, and Luwin's ability to bring humor to any situation. Yet, in Barristan's company, he had barely touched upon their deaths. At times, Loras sensed that the knight felt he should have been there with them, and it made him wonder what the outcome of that fight might have been if he had. Arthur, you know, he was on the verge of death, and all he cared about was our king. He was offered his life and turned it down, Barristan said softly, regretfully. Loras couldn't help but wonder if he was thinking of his own acceptance when Robert spared his life. As for Jaime, gods, look at what he's done. We're here because he was the truest of us all. Loras said, smiling. He knew he was largely here because of Jaime Lannister too. But the king looked at me and said something that has stuck with me. My grandfather was an evil man, Barristan, the king said. A truly evil man, and yet he had 7 of the greatest knights, the greatest warriors who ever lived, wearing the white cloak for him. Did they fail at times? Aye, more than once. But in the end, they stayed true. Why? Loras looked at Barristan, wondering if he was asking him the question, only to realize he was still relaying what Jay had said. They stayed, Barristan, because they believed in the future. Lewin, Jonathan, and you fought with my father for that future. Gerald and Oswell gave their lives fighting for that future, even after all was lost. Arthur Dayne was willing to die for that future and only walks today because he was promised it would come. Jaime killed his king and faced scorn for it. Yet, he took a boy raised as a bastard and gave him a purpose because of that. My grandfather had the best Kingsguard ever, Ser Barristan. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be here to tell you this. That's what the king told me, Loras, and who am I to argue with the king? Barristan said, a small smile gracing his lips. He glanced down at his white cloak, pristine and ready to be donned. His armor shone and sparkled, and his sword gleamed. As he dressed, he prepared for the day ahead and the journey to come. They were setting off today, and soon they'd be in King's Landing. He would see his sister and good brother crowned and wed, and he would take up his room in White Sword Tower. The thought of them all being together filled him with joy. As he tied his cloak and stepped from the room, he made an oath to himself. Jaime may think his grandfather had the greatest Kingsguard, but he and his brothers would prove themselves even truer. In time, it would be them he spoke of with such admiration. Looking back at Highgarden, he wondered when, or if, he would see it again. Surprisingly, he felt far less upset than he had on previous departures from home. He was about to become what he had always wished to be, serving a king and queen he believed in wholeheartedly. He was joining an order of men he respected, and soon he would see his love once more. For the first time, his heart felt full, both sides of who he was finally in perfect balance. He was Loras Tyrell, Kingsguard, and he was in love with a man who loved him in return. A smile spread across his face as he thought of Satin, of being in his arms again, standing by Jaime or Margaery's side in the Red Keep, and sharing laughter and stories with his brothers. King's Landing, 298 AC. Robb Stark. The young lad who had saved him, Jacelyn Waters, had become someone he genuinely enjoyed spending time with. Hearing that he was from Flea Bottom and that his mother had fallen ill, Robb had been surprised to learn that a healer sent by Jon and Margaery was looking after him. What surprised him even more was that the boy had embraced the idea of heading north. Now, he and his mother lived in Wintertown. For Robb, this experience had been an eye-opener. Learning how different life had become for the people who had come north filled him with pride. Will you be heading back south now that we have a new king? He asked. Jacelyn shook his head. No, my lord. We've built a life in the north. I'm to be married and help with the tavern my intended runs with her father, he replied. Robb smiled at that, thinking of his own intended. They would be married soon, and this was the longest he had been apart from Winifred in nearly 3 years. He had asked Ser Wendell not to send a letter to her regarding his injury, not wanting to worry her. Although his hips still pained him at times, he had been assured he would recover. Besides a slight limp when it became too uncomfortable to walk, the pain was manageable. Jacelyn, how about I wait to introduce you to my brother until Lady Margaery arrives? Would you prefer to meet them both? He asked. Aye, very much so. Thank you, my lord, Jacelyn said, smiling back at him. Good lad. Robb was about to say something else when he spotted his father approaching. Jacelyn nodded to him as he left, and Robb rose to his feet. How are you feeling, son? His father asked. Robb bit back the urge to respond sarcastically. Good. How fares things with Jon? Jaehaerys, Robb, or your grace? We have to remember that, his father reminded him. Robb nodded and sighed. It was difficult to think of Jon as anything but Jon. Even during the times when they hadn't been as close as they were now, he still thought of him simply as Jon. "So, how is our king?" Robb asked, relieved that his tone had remained respectful. "Busy. They're preparing for the coronation and sorting out the council. I'm glad to be out of it," his father said, and Robb smiled. His father had no desire to take on that role, even with the Northmen wanting him to. "So you're not going to be the next Master of Coin or Master of Whisperers then?" Robb chuckled, and his father laughed along with him. "I'm going home, back north where I belong. I have enough to do there as it is. No, let someone else take on those titles. I'll stay to see your cousin wed, and then we head north." Robb didn't correct him this time, a habit he usually maintained when his father referred to Jon as his cousin. He, Jon, Sansa, Arya, and even Bran understood their true relationship. Cregan was a cousin, and Robb thought of him that way too. But Jon would always be his brother. The reason he held his tongue this time was that he and his father had somewhat resolved their argument, though not completely. He didn't want to reignite it. No matter what his father said, Robb felt ashamed for being left behind when they had sneaked into the Red Keep. It stung even more to hear that Small Jon had joined his father, listening with jealousy as Great Jon spoke proudly of the role his son had played. Robb understood his father's perspective. After discussing what had happened with his brother and seeing the armor for himself, he knew his father was right. Yet, he still felt unhappy about it. "What do you mean I can't go?" he shouted. "Robb, son, keep your voice down." "No, father, I won't. I'm your son, your heir, and I've barely tasted battle while I've been here. How do you think that makes me look? You fought as well as any of them during the battle." "Gods, Robb, it was just one battle, and what happened to you could have happened to anyone. You're lucky to be alive." "I know that, but I've had no chance to prove my mettle, father. I barely used my sword, and now you're all going on some secret mission while I'm left behind again. I will not bring you into this. This, even if you weren't injured. This is Wildfire, Robb. Do you really think I would bring my son and heir anywhere near it? Do you think I'm that foolish? If your cousin weren't going himself, I wouldn't be anywhere near it either. My brother, gods, Jon is my brother. And you're willing to risk our king, but not your son? I'm not willing to risk either of you, Robb. I can't stop Jaehaerys from going, but I can and will stop my son and heir from doing so. Should the worst happen, you need to lead the North. Bran is just a boy, you're almost a man grown. Act like one, his father said angrily. Father. No. I've made my decision on this. Think of me however you wish, but I will not be moved. I lost a father and brother to Wildfire, I will not lose a son. It's bad enough I'm forced to risk my own life and my nephew's. His father stormed from the tent. It was hard to take, and things weren't fully resolved between them yet, although Jay had explained it to him later. Have you spoken to Cregan? Robb asked, looking to his father. No. He and Lord Jerian have been absent from most meetings I've attended. I've barely even seen Dusk. I heard they've been spending time in a tavern rather than the Red Keep, Robb said, and his father frowned. I don't think he's been drinking, father. I think it's more that Lord Jerian is drinking, and Cregan is just there with him. You're probably right. I'll try to have a word with him later. Do you think he'll go for it? Robb asked hopefully. I don't know, son. I'd like to think so. We need someone to run a keep there, and I'd prefer it to be family. I had my doubts about the idea, I won't lie. His father raised his hand when Robb went to speak. But the truth is going to come out, and we're going to have to deal with that truth soon enough. I think it's for the best. You're probably right. Sir Richard tells me that the ship has left White Harbor. A smile spread across his father's face, more in response to Robb's blush than anything else. Then they'll be here within the week, his father said. Arya too, I'd imagine. What about Elle? Robb asked. His father shook his head. Closer to a moon. Anyway, I believe your brother will be sparring soon. I thought you might like to join him. I would, Robb replied, smiling as he followed his father to the training yards. He felt a bit nervous about the truth of Cregan coming to light. In a way, he was relieved that he hadn't been fighting alongside them or seen to be fighting. It was bad enough that he hadn't truly shown what he could do, but to be upstaged by his cousin, his trueborn cousin, who technically had a greater claim to the north, was a troubling thought. Robb understood how that might look. That was partly why he had been so adamant about wanting to take part in the mission beneath the Red Keep. Jon and Arthur had both reassured him repeatedly that Cregan didn't want the north. His cousin had said so countless times and even mentioned swearing an oath publicly to that effect. Robb had been completely taken by surprise and didn't know what to think, but it sparked an idea in him. See, Dragon Point needed a lord to hold it, especially since their western trade relied on the security it would provide. With Bran's soon-to-be-named Lord of Riverrun, that left no one to hold it other than the son of one of their bannermen. Robb believed it was better to keep it in the hands of family. After discussing the idea with his father and convincing him of its merits, he had been looking forward to Cregan's response to the offer. However, he soon discovered that his cousin's absences had become a regular occurrence. It took him some time to figure out that it had to do with Lord Jaehaerys. For now, Robb decided to leave Cregan to his own devices, though his father continued to search for him. He knew his father wanted everything sorted out. By the time Cregan's truth would be revealed, Robb knew that with Jon as king, both Cregan and his mother would soon be exposed for who they truly were. Presenting this to the lords of the north would eliminate any potential problems. Although Robb hated to think politically, he realized he had no choice. One day, he would be the Lord of the North, married and with children of his own. It was the least his good father would expect of him. He smiled as he heard the clash of swords, especially when he looked down at the crowd watching his brother and Ser Richard Horp spar. Jon had taken to sparring at the same time each day, and the number of spectators had grown larger with each passing session. As he shifted his hip, a momentary pain flared up, but he decided to ignore it. Jon had sent him to the Grand Maester, who had advised him to rest. Yet, as he watched Ser Richard yield, he felt a spark of hope for a chance to face his brother that day. It was Winterfell, 298 AC. Brynden, known as the Blackfish, had been raised in the light of the Seven, but he hadn't spent much time praying to them and rarely visited the September. He remembered from letters Cat had sent early in her time in the north that Ned had built a September for her in Winterfell, but that was long gone. There was a larger one in the village for those who wished to use it, primarily the newcomers from the south seeking a new life in the north, but Brynden never visited that one either. Instead, he found peace and serenity in the God's Wood, enjoying its simplicity. According to Elle, he had taken up one of Ned's old habits. He laughed when she told him, realizing that each day he came here, he would pick up a cloth and rub it down his sword, just like the Lord of Winterfell had done. Today, as he sat there practicing that ritual, he had no idea just how much that peace was about to be shattered. Ser Brynden, he heard Elle call out. He turned to see the woman, her pregnancy more evident than ever. My lady? A raven from King's Landing, Ser. The war is over, but I'm afraid there is some bad news, Ella said. The expression on her face made it clear that the news was far worse than he had anticipated. She handed him the scroll, and her presence was perhaps the only reason he didn't break down and cry. The words inside were nothing like what he expected. Edmure, he had resigned himself to losing. His nephew had dug his own grave years earlier, and nothing anyone could have done would have changed that. But Lisa, her son, his nephew, gods, the boy was no more than 6 days old. He looked at Ella and saw the concern in her eyes. He nodded as reassuringly as he could. If I may have a moment alone, my lady, he said. She nodded, touching him on the shoulder before turning to walk away. Once she was gone, he wept openly and fully, perhaps for the first time since his mother had passed. He wept for the past and the future, for his lost kin. For Edmure, he mourned the boy he once was, not the man he had become. The boy who had wished to be just like him when he grew older, and who, if it weren't for Hoster's stubbornness, he might have been able to shape. He wept for Lisa, not the woman who sometimes frightened him with her pronouncements, but the happy, smiling girl who had picked flowers and sat on his knee. For Robert, he grieved for the future the boy would never know, the man he would not become. And he wept for Kat, who, other than her children, was now the only family he had left. The fact that she wasn't mentioned in the letter at least gave him something to cling to, though he found himself worrying about where she was and whether she was safe. The boy had told her that he didn't plan to kill her, and Brynden held on to that hope, praying his love for his siblings had saved his niece's life. As he walked from the God's Wood, he spotted Ella standing at the gate, waiting for him, with Summer by her side. He looked at Ella and saw the concern etched on her face. Bran was asleep, and he felt a sense of relief. He wasn't sure he could face his grandnephew this morning. "Will you be heading to King's Landing?" he asked as he and Ella made their way to the keep. Ned has asked me to come for the coronation and the wedding. There are still a few moons left before the babe is to be born, she replied, gently rubbing her belly. We'll ride to White Harbor and take a ship from there. There's something I must ask of you, he said, and she turned to him, nodding eagerly. If I gave you a letter for the king, could you deliver it for me? He asked. Of course, she replied. I'm so sorry, Brynden, for your losses. Thank you. I'll try to take an early night, he said as they reached the keep. But sleep eluded him. Instead, he found himself writing and rewriting the letter, striving to get both the words and the tone just right. Though he knew Ned would likely see to it, he felt compelled to ask for it himself and ensure it reached the king. His kin belonged to the river, and he wanted to return them to it, especially for Kat's sake. He pleaded for her life, hoping she could live out her days in the September or with the Silent Sisters, anything but exile or death. Putting those thoughts on paper was a struggle for Brynden. He wasn't a man of fancy words or emotions, yet he poured his heart and soul into the plea. If he stood before the king himself, he would drop to his knees and beg, even with the entire realm watching. He would swallow his pride to save her life, hoping that would be enough. If there were to be a trial, he would fight for her, even if it meant his own death. He ignored the voice in his head that told him she wasn't worth his life, the one that insisted she didn't deserve his tears. She was family, and that was all that mattered. While he could never forgive her for what she had tried to do, it was his duty and honor that compelled him to do everything in his power to ensure her survival. The following morning, he handed the letter to Ella, and over the next few days, he intensified his efforts with Bran. The boy was his last hope. Although he wouldn't carry their name, he would embody their spirit. The mistakes made with his brother's children would not be repeated with Bran. With a bit of luck and the grace of the man he considered his brother, perhaps the lad would still have a mother to talk to when he took his place in their family home. In King's Landing, 298 AC, Sir Richard Lonmouth sat in the small council room alongside Jaime, Tyrion, Daenerys, and Sarella, waiting for Jay and Oberyn to arrive. Oberyn had learned of his brother's death, and he and Jay had been engaged in discussions together. The Red Viper had taken the news hard, and Jay had wanted to support his uncle. For Richard, this was a welcome turn of events. He had never agreed with the sentence imposed by the king and found this outcome incredibly fortuitous. So much so that Jaime had even asked him if he was responsible for the man's death. He had denied it emphatically. While he admitted he felt no sorrow for Doran and was glad he was gone, his denials seemed to satisfy Jaime. Tyrion, on the other hand, was troubled for a different reason. He was worried about his betrothed and how she had taken the news. If it weren't for all they had to accomplish there and the journey to the wall that the prince and princess were organizing, Richard believed that Ligeron would have already been heading south. When the door creaked open, Richard, like the others, began to rise. Jay raised a hand to signal them to sit, and Richard noticed that the king was alone. My uncle has declined any meetings for the foreseeable future, Jay said. I've suggested flying him to Dorne or sending one of the Pinnacle ships to take him, but he wishes to remain here. Illyria and his daughters have already left, and so. Do we have any idea of who or how it happened, Your Grace? Jaime asked. Only that he passed on the ship to Gaston Grey, Lord Hand. I doubt foul play, who has a motive? Jay replied, noticing both Jaime and Tyrion nod in agreement. Does this change things? Daenerys inquired. Other than personally for Oberyn and House Martell, no, Jay answered. Can you get a letter to Arianne, Richard? Tyrion asked. Richard nodded. Of course. We need to discuss other matters, so for now, let's set this one aside, Jay suggested. The High Septon says the coronation will be within a moon. Will all those who need to be here have arrived by then? Jay asked, looking to Richard. They will, Your Grace. I'm sure you already know better than I that the Tyrells have left, your sister has departed Bear Island, and the Pinnacle ship has left Casterly Rock, he said, nodding toward Jaime and the king. And we already have most of the lords here. Jay nodded in response. When Lady Olenna and Lady Allery arrive, we can begin preparations for the wedding, and once I've been crowned, we can hold the trials. All the trials, Your Grace? Daenerys asked. No, we'll be holding one before then, House Targaryen only, Jay clarified, and Richard smiled, envisioning the mummer dragon soon facing the real ones. Lord Aaron? Jaime asked. Will lose his head, my lord, Jay replied simply. And the others? Tyrion inquired. I'll take input from you all when the time comes. I'm sure you won't be the only ones with an opinion, Jay said with a smirk. Looking forward to having a wife tell you what to do, nephew? Daenerys teased, making the king laugh. Looking forward to seeing my wife, Aunt, Jay replied. They then discussed appointments and matters concerning the city. Jay spoke about his uncle at the wall, and Tyrion mentioned they would go once they dealt with the mummer. Jay then informed them it would be happening very soon, much to their surprise. Jay was surprised when he was asked to stay behind. He nodded to Jaime as he left, promising to speak with him privately later. How are things here, Richard? Truly? Jay inquired. Good, my king. The work you've done before, the speech in the September, the songs, Robert being well, Robert, Richard replied with a smirk. All of it has given the people hope. They see a chance for a better future. The wedding, the coronation, the trials, and a tourney, all of it will only add to that. You really think we need a tourney? Jay asked. Aye. A new king and queen are being crowned, a new future. The people will expect one, so give them one, my king. I will. And what about the Stormlands? How well liked is Lord Renly? He was liked because he was friendly, my king, not because he was a good lord. It'll also take the man some time to recover, if what the Grand Maester says is true. A long time, aye. Then stick with your plans, Your Grace. Lady Shireen is a better choice. What of Edric Storm? No. We can, if you wish, give him a holdfast somewhere, in the west, preferably. But a male heir of Robert Baratheon is an issue, especially an acknowledged one. Very well. And the others? Most have been set up in comfortable homes, my king. Gendry, as you know, is doing well. Are you sure about Maya and Michael Redfort? I made them a promise. Very well. We can see them given a keep in the Vale. Have you thought more about the Vale itself? Constantly, but I wish to wait until I have a fuller counsel. I could demand this Harding fellow come here, or fly there and deal with him myself, but I need to know my next step, and as of now, I don't. I'm sure you will, Your Grace, Richard said as the king rose, and he joined him. "One last thing, Jay," the king said, turning to look him in the eye, curious about what was so important that he had used his name. "Richard? Lord Jaehaerys. He's been acting strangely. He spends all his time in the tavern that Lord Jaime owns," Richard said. "He's drunk?" the king asked, shocked. "No, he drinks, but not excessively. He just sits there, Jay, along with your cousin. Cregan is with him. Every day since we took the city. I'll go see him, or have him brought here, whichever Arthur thinks is best," Jay replied, glancing at the king. "Thank you, Richard, for everything." "Your Grace," Richard said, nodding. He left the small council chambers with the king, watching as Ser Walder and Ser Jorah followed behind. Richard headed down to his own rooms to review his notes and send out his own orders. The former rooms of the Spider were sparse, and though he wasn't a man who needed comforts, he required more than they offered. So he moved to different chambers, ones more suitable. Richard still maintained his own building and business operations in the city, but he worked from here more often since they had taken it. His guards were men he could trust, loyal individuals who had once been bards, happy to give up a life on the road to settle down. Though they looked like simple guards, he would back them against most in the realm. Jared was waiting for him when he entered. The man served as his steward, though his role was far more significant than that. Richard smiled as Jared handed him the notes. Taking a seat, he began to read over the messages, eager to identify any potential dangers or threats to the king and address them before they could escalate. Dorne. Snakes shed tears, not skin, as they mourn a father's passing. Their hearts yearn for sadness, relief, and a lack of suspicion, rather than anger or vengeance. Small snakes gather around the larger one, looking north, eager to be a family once more. Strange occurrences in a stable are causing concern among the horses. The north. Wolves are ready to leave the snow and head to warmer lands. Krakens fear a dragon's rage, while fishes mourn. Losses linger in the air, yet wild wolves howl at night in the woods. In the reach, roses bloom, eager to be displayed at a different table, while a fat flower ushers snakes southward, and the white cloaks seek to join their brethren. In the sky, birds sing a strange song. In the vale, a baby falcon plots and plans, peering out at empty courtyards. Some rejoice, some despair, and some worry, but none dare provoke a dragon's wrath. In the mountains, tales spread of goats with white eyes, while rumors of mockingbirds and fish demand attention. In the riverlands, the spoils of war begin their march north, building a wall of bricks to keep it upright. The tiny worry about who will force them down or lift them up now that the fish no longer swim in the streams. Birds gather and take flight in odd directions, behaving more like hawks than sparrows. In the Iron Islands, a kraken falls, but soon another will rise again, though its tentacles are far fewer than they once were. Yet mice scurry about, braver than ever before, more numerous and widespread than most have ever seen. In the Stormlands, stags are mourned, yet there's uncertainty about whether it will be a doe or a buck to lead their pack. In the woods, whispers speak of a large elk, one not seen in many years. At Dragonstone, seeds celebrate the return of the dragons, their joy heightened by the news that it is a dragoness they are to follow. Gulls congregate and croon, eyed warily by those nearby. After finishing his notes, Richard glanced at them again. Had he not been present when the king made his decisions, these animal references would have meant nothing to him. But he had been there, and it all made sense, or at least, the meaning was clear. The notion that anyone could act on what it implied was another matter altogether. Unlike others who grew concerned about the king's potential actions, Richard welcomed it, appreciated it, and was grateful for it. While others worried about what this power might cost the king, Richard simply looked on with a different perspective. At the benefit, Rhaegar had lost, and the realm had suffered because of it. If he had been able to do anything like his son could, he surely would have. One day, he wouldn't be here. Arthur, Jaime, Barristan, Olenna, and others whom the king relied on would all be gone. Who, then, would keep those who wished to test a dragon at bay? His king was kind and gentle, yet firm and ruthless when necessary. The day he didn't need Richard anymore would be the day Richard could finally relax. Beyond the wall, in 298 AC, Leaf had found herself in an unexpected situation. Not only had her plan worked, but being in his presence had allowed her to see some of what he saw. The gods had given her a glimpse of the prince as she stood beside the three-eyed raven. The large city was his now, as was all of Westeros. Leaf witnessed how the realm had come together to name him their king, and it pleased her greatly, almost as much as the knowledge that her gods had not forsaken her. As for the man in the tree, a part of her wished to kill him, to end his existence before he could hurt more people or continue using her people as pawns. She had never questioned or doubted, everything she had been asked to do, she had done. Yet now, the realization that she may not have always been fulfilling her God's bidding weighed heavily on her heart. The lives she and her brethren had taken over the years since he had come to her were now lives she wasn't sure deserved to be taken. Killing men had never troubled her, it was men who had forced them to retreat so far, men who had almost ended her people. So while she hadn't taken pleasure in it, she had felt it was necessary. She knew her people felt the same. But now, she questioned it. For the first time, she realized that she had killed more men in the last 40 years than she had since the war with the first men so many years ago. Acorn, Nut, Dapple, Twig, all had taken their share of lives, but Leaf had usually been the one to take it upon herself to do the deed. Crows and free folk. Travelers. She had killed them all at the bidding of the three-eyed raven, but now the question of why he wanted them dead preyed on her mind. The raven says the prince is near, Acorn said cheerfully. That he will come soon, Dapple added. Leaf? Nut called out as she entered the cavern that had been their home for centuries. The raven speaks true. The prince is near, his time is almost here, she replied, met with excited chatter from those gathered inside. Taking her seat, she began to plan her next steps. She needed to ensure they were all free of his influence, out of his sight, and she knew it would take time. As she lay down, a wave of tiredness washed over her, an unfamiliar sensation. She wondered if it was a side effect of the sap, of finally being free. Did his control extend that far? It wasn't the sudden fatigue that had affected the children, it felt more like the natural end to a long day. The grass was greener than she had ever seen, the trees wider and more abundant. She felt the power of this place, the magic surrounding her, seeping into her very core. It made her feel more alive and in tune with the world than she had since before men arrived and drove them away. She remembered feeling this way when she was just a seedling, back when her people were many. That was almost before time itself, before the wall, and before men. With a light heart, she skipped across the grass, and then she saw him. His dark green skin, his horns. Instantly, she dropped to her knees, averting her gaze to the ground. She felt unworthy to look upon a god. You've done well, my child, but your work is far from done, the god spoke. Leaf raised her head, meeting his dark eyes. I did as you bid, my god, she asked, more as a question than a statement. That you did, child, and you shall be rewarded for it. Free your brethren, but do so carefully and slowly. Start with the ones you trust, and then the others. In time, all will be free. The raven, she inquired, will pay for his lack of faith, for his blasphemy. But you, my child, you and yours will be welcomed into my arms. The prince will come, and when he does, and the raven is no more, here you must bring him, to this sacred place. I cannot. I am not worthy of such a task, Leaf said, shaking her head. And who deems your worth, child? Who calls you one of his very own if not I? Just like the prince, you were chosen. Your people were my first, and they are held close to my heart. Free your people, child. Then, with the prince, come here and be at peace. She woke up the next morning, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. Her god had given her the gift to blind the raven to her actions, allowing him to see only what he wished to see. Those touched by her god's grace would walk free from his sight and influence. Leaf had glimpsed the visions of what the raven would see, the deaths that had not occurred, her actions that were not real. He had witnessed the Red Priestess and her men fall, and they too were now lost to him, their actions and presence hidden. It was time to do the same with her brethren, for soon the prince would come. Acorn, can you help me gather more paste? She asked, and Acorn nodded enthusiastically. The Rose Road, 298 AC, Olenna had considered going to Oldtown and setting sail, but in the end, she discarded the idea. Traveling by road would be far better, she felt. The procession and party she was bringing to the capital was larger than at any time she could remember. Even during the tourney she'd attended, they had brought fewer people. Less of her family was with her too, as all three of her grandsons and her granddaughter were present, along with her daughter Janna, as they passed Cider Hall. Meanwhile, Mina, along with her other two grandsons and her other granddaughter, had likely already set sail from the arbor. Loras had joked that with the number of Tyrells on the road, it truly was a rose road now, and though she had glared, a small smile tugged at her lips. As she looked at her grandson, Olenna chuckled to herself. The only family member missing was Mace, and for once, it wasn't due to his usual ineptitude. He had actually accomplished what he set out to do, according to her spies. Her son had sent word that he would join them at Bitter Bridge, but Garland doubted that, and Olenna knew it to be false. If Mace only partially delivered on his promises, which she seriously doubted, then he might meet them in the grassy vale. Given her son's tendencies, she expected they would reach King's Landing before he did. For the first time, Olenna felt excited and happy during their travels. She even indulged her granddaughter's wishes, allowing them to rest more than she normally would. Allery was right, as much as they needed to get to King's Landing quickly, it wouldn't do to arrive exhausted. When they reached Bitter Bridge, Olenna welcomed the offer of a night beneath the keep's roof, even if it belonged to the weak Lord Laurent. The Lord had raced ahead to prepare the keep for the future queen, and when they arrived, the reception they received surprised even her. Lady Caswell beamed upon seeing Margaery, calling her Your Grace repeatedly, while Margaery smiled and graciously refrained from correcting them, as had become her habit. Although the rooms they were given were the same as those Olenna had stayed in before, the way people deferred to them felt markedly different, and Margaery picked up on it quickly. Is this how it's going to be from now on, grandmother? Margaery asked as she sat in her room, rubbing the white wolf behind its ears. The fierce creature looked like a giant puppy under her gentle touch. You are to be a queen, sweetling. Did you not expect things to change? Olenna replied. I did, but not until I was crowned, not until Jay and I were married, her granddaughter sighed. I never thought the trappings of what you would become would bother you so. Margaery smirked. It's just strange, grandmother. The people I know, the ones I've always known, they walk around as if they're afraid that the sound of their footsteps might displease me. When they speak, whether it's a comment or a joke, they glance over to see if I've taken offense instead of just letting the conversation flow. All of them? Olenna asked. No, Sansa is the same as ever, and so is Mira. But even my cousins act this way. I've spoken to Eleanor, Mega, and Alla, and it feels like I'm talking to a wall, Margaery said, frustration evident in her voice. I'll speak to them. Their fear of displeasing me is likely as strong as it is for you. Thank you, grandmother. I understand that things are different now and why that is, but I need people around me who remember who I am, or I fear I'll lose myself. She stood up from her chair and walked over to Olenna. The white wolf raised its head, then lowered it again, keeping one eye on her the entire time, which sent a shudder down her spine. Though she would never admit it, the wolf frightened her. Even Jay's control over it sometimes failed to ease her fears. When she reached her granddaughter, Olenna asked her to stand and then embraced her, feeling Margaery lean into the hug and welcome it. Listen, child. The day you and Jay forget yourselves or lose who you are is the day the realm falls. I have never been prouder of you, Margaery, and not just because you are to be queen. I know what's in your heart, granddaughter, and though it vexes me at times, she heard Margaery's soft laugh, I would never want to see it changed or removed, for it's what makes you who you are. Thank you, grandmother, Margaery said, smiling at her. That night, they feasted, a small, quiet gathering. Olenna watched as men looked at her granddaughter and grandsons. Garland and Lyanna laughed with Ser Jon and Janna, while Willa sat with Sansa and Lord Laurent, engaging one and enrapturing another with Sansa's sparkling conversation and attentive gaze. Margaery was deep in conversation with Lady Caswell, and Olenna couldn't help but notice the proud way the lady held herself. A smile lit her face as she spoke to Margaery about House Tyrell, rather than her new title as the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Nearby, Allery sat with a few other ladies, Lady Ashford, Lady Tarly, and the olive-skinned Tina of Mere. Tina's husband, Lord Merryweather, was a mix of excitement and worry about the new Targaryen king. 2 Kingsguards stood behind Margaery, their white cloaks stark against the dim lighting of the room. But none stood out as much as the white wolf that never left Margaery's side. Olenna's own concerns aside, she had to admire the wolf for its loyalty. No Kingsguard was more feared or alert than Ghost, and each time Olenna looked at him, she recalled Margaery's words about the attack on their home. He led me away, grandmother, Margaery had said. Down halls and corridors, into rooms. He attacked when he needed to and then guided me away. I never felt afraid with him by my side. Indeed, her own discomfort about the wolf paled in comparison to Margaery's safety and peace of mind, which were far more important than her own. After saying her goodnights, Olenna turned in early and slept soundly. They broke their fast the next morning and set off again, with King's Landing drawing ever closer and Olenna's excitement rising. She was stunned to discover that Mace had beaten them to the grassy vale, and for one of the rare times she could remember, she felt an odd sense of pride for the oafish man. When they reached the King's Road, she could hardly contain her joy. Garland insisted they send riders ahead to inform the king of their impending arrival, and she laughed when Sansa, Loras, and Margaery chimed in that he already knew. That night, she slept even more comfortably, and although it was still in a tent rather than the Red Keep, it hardly mattered. It had taken them a moon and a half to reach this point, and in the next moon and a half, she would see her family grow stronger than ever. King's Landing, 298 AC. Jaehaerys Targaryen sat in the chamber, listening to the fat man drone on about services, prayers, and matters he knew little about. If it weren't for Ser Bonifer sitting beside him, he would have felt even more lost. He had invited both Jaime and Tyrion to join the meeting, but each had laughed at him, claiming he was as devoted to the Seven as they were. It was Ser Richard who had suggested Ser Bonifer, and Jaehaerys was grateful for that choice now, especially since the fat man just wouldn't stop talking. My betrothed will arrive within the week, High Septon, Jaehaerys said, trying to steer the conversation. House Tyrell has always been true supporters of the faith, and my future queen will surely leave you in no doubt about our intentions and the importance of the faith. Of course, Your Grace. I look forward to seeing you attend service when Her Grace arrives, the fat man replied, rising to his feet. Indeed, High Septon, Jaehaerys said, forcing a smile he had become accustomed to wearing lately. He nodded at Tommen, who smirked as he escorted the man to the door. Jaehaerys found his squire invaluable in this setting. Tommen was thrilled to finally act as a true squire, especially when Jaehaerys assured him he could still keep cats in his room. Jaehaerys had worried about how Tommen would adjust to their new surroundings, considering his room wasn't as luxurious as it once had been. However, they had discovered a nearby room, allowing Tommen to remain in the royal apartments, which Jaehaerys appreciated. Once the fat man had left, Jaehaerys turned to Ser Bonifer. How did I do? You kept calm, Your Grace. For that, you should be applauded. That man is faithless, Ser Bonifer replied, his voice tinged with anger. Truly? Jaehaerys asked, surprised. I know you follow your own gods, your grace, but you have faith and are willing to allow. Does it bother you that I don't follow the seven? He asked. Bonifer chuckled in response. No, your grace, it does not. I'd choose a true man like you over a false one like the High Septon any day. I thank you for your help, sire, and for the time you've spent with my aunt, Jaehaerys said, and Bonifer smiled warmly. I've been most pleased to offer my services to you both, your grace, truly. After Bonifer left, Jaehaerys looked down at the list in front of him, almost laughing. Jaime had taken it upon himself to write out tasks that Jaehaerys was supposed to do, apparently because he had a tendency to stray from his schedule and follow his whims. To Jaime, this included far too much time spent sparring. However, for Jaehaerys, sparring was essential. It helped him unwind, especially when he felt so tense in this environment. His duties were overwhelming, and despite having a council and numerous advisors, he often felt out of his depth. There were regions to manage: the Vale, the Stormlands, and the Iron Islands. Appointments needed to be made to the small council, and it required expansion. He also had more radical changes he wanted to implement, with the most significant being his queen. He needed her by his side to soothe him and assist him when the weight of kingship felt suffocating. He had discovered that war was far easier than maintaining peace. It had a singular objective: win. Peace, on the other hand, resembled a many-headed beast. Every time he cut one head off, another seemed to emerge. He closed his eyes and reached out, almost overwhelmed by the visions that flooded his mind. If he lost focus, he found himself wandering through doors, unsure of where they led. But if he concentrated, he walked down corridors he knew well, the vaults of Casterly Rock, where he recognized each room and its occupant. Or the family wing, where Jaime's and Joy's rooms were as familiar to him as his own. It reminded him of Winterfell, and he could almost picture the Great Hall. In the hall by the Maester's rooms, Jaehaerys noticed the differences in the doors as he walked down the corridor. The lighter woods marked those with whom his bond was just beginning to form, while the darker woods indicated those he had visited more than once. The darkest doors belonged to those he was closest to. But none could compare to the three he focused on now. He smiled at the dark brown of Winter's door, the blue and white of Rhaenix's, and the bright white of Ghost's. He opened the door and stepped inside, finding her lying there, the tent barely moving in the gentle breeze. He knew they were close. Jay, he heard his aunt's voice call out, pulling him from his thoughts. What? He replied, a bit embarrassed, realizing he had dozed off just like Ghost had. Were you actually asleep? Dany asked, a smirk on her face. I was tired, he said defensively, and she chuckled softly. The Grandmaster wanted to give you these. I took them from him, she said, handing him a few scrolls. He looked at them and smiled when he saw the lion's seal and the rose. Breaking them open, however, he felt a twinge of disappointment. They merely confirmed that they had left and contained nothing more personal than that. My wife and her family, along with Lord Jaime's, are on the way, he shared, and Dany smiled. She had teased him mercilessly about Margaery ever since he had told her about their marriage. Good. I look forward to meeting my good niece, she said with a playful grin. Dany, he replied, shaking his head. Jay, she shot back, and they both laughed. His aunt had a remarkable knack for both irritating and amusing him at the same time, something he appreciated more than he could express. Did you come for any particular reason, Dany, or was it just to amuse yourself at my expense? He asked, still smiling. I did actually, but the amusement is just a bonus, she said, her tone shifting as she looked at him more seriously. Tonight, Jay, are you sure about this? I am. We have to do this, all of us, House Targaryen, not just the realm or the crown, he replied firmly, and she nodded. Dragonstone? She asked, and he. Jaehaerys nodded. I know it's not what you'd prefer to happen on your island, but it has to be there, Dany. She nodded in agreement. I'll see you then. Rising from her seat, she moved toward the door. With that, she was gone, and Jaehaerys found himself laughing. Both his aunts were as different as they were alike. If you saw them together, dressed and standing side by side, you might think Sarella was Dany's mother, until you looked into their eyes. Yet, if you caught them in their preferred attire and observed their behavior, you'd think they had never spent any time together at all. He wondered if it was the company Dany kept that shaped her or if this was simply who she really was. Regardless, he knew some people were shocked by her demeanor, but his aunt didn't care, nor did he. He looked forward to Sansa and Arya meeting her. Lost in these thoughts, he was pulled back to reality when the door opened. "Your Grace, Lord Jaime," Tommen announced. Jaehaerys nodded, watching as his hand entered and took a seat. "I had hoped to hide away in here all day," Jaime said with a smirk. "You and me both, but I was found in my solar. Did you really think you could hide in your own? You're right. We need new hiding places." "Put that on your list for tomorrow," Jaehaerys said, earning a snort from Jaime as he reached for the list to review it. "Did you actually do these, or did you just cross them off like last time?" "You wound me," Jaime replied, shaking his head and laughing. "The fat man? He thinks I'm a northern heathen. Though according to Ser Bonifer, that's not a bad thing. The wedding will fix that. But I've actually come about something else. Your uncle, Jay. He's been spending a lot of time with Jon Arryn." "I had heard. I thought it was just reminiscing and offering condolences over Robert." "As had I, but I fear he may try to speak for him," Jaime said, and Jaehaerys looked at him in shock. "He wouldn't," Jaehaerys said. "He can't," Jaime replied. I know. I'll speak to him when I get back later." "Are you sure this is right?" Jaime asked, and Jaehaerys nodded. "Come on, let's spar," he suggested. Jaime shook his head. "Some of us have work, Your Grace," he said, getting up and walking out of the room. Don't I know it," Jaehaerys muttered grumpily. He could hear Jaime's laughter echoing down the hall, and he wondered what that must look like to those passing by. The hand of the king, walking around and laughing to himself, it was an image that struck him as incredibly funny. But soon enough, his thoughts turned to another hand. His uncle had a sense of honor that could be frustrating at times. Even after witnessing the wildfire and all that Jaime had done for him, Jaehaerys knew that if he asked, Ned would probably still insist that Jaime should be punished for killing his grandfather. Yet, after everything Jon Arryn had done, everything he had caused, including the harm he inflicted on his own wife and her son, his uncle might still consider speaking up for that man. Jaehaerys knew he couldn't do that. Jaime was right. Politically, it would be a disaster. And worse, personally, it would jeopardize their own relationship. He needed to talk to his uncle, but for now, he had time. He closed his eyes again, reaching out to his sister, waiting for him once he arrived. Rising from his seat, he walked to the door, nodding to Arthur and Walder, the king's guard on duty that day, as well as to Tommen. He began to walk through the halls, thoughts of uncles weighing heavily on his mind. Oberyn was still grappling with Doran's death. Jaehaerys had sent a message to Arianne about using ice to preserve the body for burial. Tyrion, though he didn't show it, was still trying to embrace his identity as a Targaryen prince and understand what that truly meant. His aunts were both supportive in that regard, and he had no doubt that Aemon would have felt the same way when they brought him here. Tonight was the only thing keeping them from flying to the wall and bringing him home. Now, he also had to worry about Ned's state of mind, it seemed. "I really need to spar," he said, earning a bright smile from Tommen and laughter from the men behind him. Later that night, the carriage carried them all, Dany, Sarella, Tyrion, and himself, sitting in silence as it made its way to the dragon pit. He had thought about doing this here, but he knew he couldn't. Too many people would see, and this was not for their eyes. Once they reached the dragon pit, he was relieved to see the 5 dragons waiting for them. He nodded to Arthur to drag the mummer over to Rhaenys's back, with Aegon struggling against his bonds and muffled noises escaping from his gag. Once he was secured, Jae looked at the others, and then they climbed up, Arthur watching nervously. "We'll be back in a couple of hours, Arthur. I have 5 dragons as my king's guard, and the prisoner is tied and chained," he reassured. "Your Grace," Arthur replied simply. As they took off, Jae felt Dany's annoyance at having this pretender anywhere near her, this false dragon who dared to claim to be their brother. "You're finally on a dragon, Aegon. One last ride before you die," he said bitterly, enjoying the squirming beneath him. When they spotted the dragonmont, he closed his eyes and sought the door, pushing it aside as he began to reveal the truth to the boy. Richard had found notes in Varys's old chambers, nothing truly incriminating. Without knowing some of the backstory, you'd never find the truth in them. But Jae knew the truth, and it was time to show it to the mummer's dragon. Illyrio Mopatis was his father, and his mother was the man's wife, Sarah, who was the last of the Blackfyres, well, almost the last. Jae bombarded Aegon with those images. When they landed, he saw the stake had been placed where Dany had asked for it. Jae dragged the kicking and screaming boy toward them, pulling back his hood and then, after glancing at the others, removing his gag. "Lies, lies. I'm the king, the rightful king," Aegon shouted, his voice echoing with desperation. Rhaenys roared in response, but the sound did nothing to quiet the boy. "You're a false dragon, and you insult my brother's memory," Jae said, gesturing toward Aegon. "Look at you. A dragon doesn't burn, Aegon. I've shown you that." He touched the boy's scarred skin, a painful reminder of his past. "My son did this to you," Dany said, stepping forward. "After you dared to think you could take a dragon, my son burned you, proving you false." Jae watched as Sandorix moved closer. Dany reached up to touch the dragon's head, whispering words of pride, and Jae could hear the soft trill of the dragon from where he stood. "5 dragons stand before you," Dany continued. "4 have riders, 1 does not. Do you think you can claim one? I am a dragon, a true dragon, and neither a bastard like you nor a whore like her can tell me different," Aegon retorted defiantly. Sandorix, Regal, and Elegon roared in unison, and Dany smirked, walking over to meet Aegon's gaze. "Get away from me, whore," Aegon spat. "Even a whore wouldn't come close to you with a face like that," Dany replied, brushing her fingers down his scarred face once more. Jae couldn't help but agree. The damage was extensive, one eye had been burned away, leaving a dark hole where it once rested. Half of his mouth was missing, and the skin over his jaw had been destroyed. The injury extended down his neck, and one of his arms hung limply, useless. That he had been able to wield a sword at all was a testament to the potions the half-maester had been giving him. "Aegon Mopatis, Blackfyre," Jae said, watching as Aegon turned away from his aunt. "I am Aegon Targaryen." Aegon insisted once more, but Jae closed his eyes, ready to show him the truth again. "You're a Blackfyre," he said firmly. "A mummer, a boy living a lie. If that were all you were, you might have lived to see this day. But you are an insult to my brother's name, to his memory, a thief trying to claim what isn't yours." He paused, his voice steady. "A dragon," he said. Sandorix let out a roar. "A sword," he added, drawing Blackfyre from its scabbard. "And a throne." He looked at Aegon, who struggled against his bonds and the haunting images that tormented him. Jae knew he had one final card to play before it was over. "Sarah," he said, and Aegon crumbled. Jae glanced at the others, seeing their approving nods. He prepared to pronounce the sentence, ready to bring an end to a war that had lasted over 100 years, costing countless lives and honor. "Aegon Blackfyre, for crimes against House Targaryen, I, Jaehaerys, along with my aunts Sarella and Daenerys and my uncle Tyrion, sentence you to death." As the dragons moved closer, 5 heads looming over the boy, he began to scream. In unison, 4 voices rang out across the night sky, a single word spoken loudly. Dracarys. Chapter 126, Gather ye rosebuds, while ye may. King's Landing, 298 AC. Margaery felt a wave of nerves wash over her as the imposing walls of King's Landing loomed ahead. Far more than the excitement she had anticipated, it was this anxiety that made her take deep breaths. It had been her idea to ride instead of sitting in the wheelhouse, and with each passing moment, she found herself regretting that choice as they approached the gates. On either side of her were Loras and Barristan, their white cloaks fluttering gracefully in the wind. Closest to her, Ghost walked with a steady confidence. Just seeing him looking up into her eyes brought her a sense of calm, almost emboldening her. She straightened her posture and held her head a little higher as they entered the gates. Jae had sent an escort, and for a fleeting moment, when she spotted the riders bearing the 3-headed dragon, she thought he might be among them. However, it quickly dawned on her that, despite his feelings, he couldn't or wouldn't be allowed to leave the keep. Protocol dictated that he remain there to greet her and her family. While she knew her husband cared little for such formalities, she also understood he would adhere to them. As they passed through the King's Gate, they soon found themselves on River Row, where crowds had already gathered to welcome them into the city. There had been some debate between her father and her grandmother about whether to enter through the Gate of the Gods or the King's Gate, but Margaery had decided that the shortest route was the best choice. To her, it was a practical decision. As they rode, a thought struck her. Did Jae know about their arrival? Or were there crowds waiting at other gates to welcome them as well? These thoughts quickly faded as the crowd erupted in cheers. Hail to House Tyrell! May the 7 bless good Queen Margaery! The Golden Rose! The Hidden Dragon! Hail to the Queen! Each cheer and roar of approval was met with a wave and a smile from Margaery. She noticed women glancing her way, whispering excitedly to those nearby, their smiles radiant as they beamed at her. At least, that's what she thought. The whispers of the crowd melded into a cacophony, making it difficult to pick out individual voices. When she heard cheers for the White Wolf, she could have sworn she saw Ghost puff out his chest, though he still had a long way to go to match her father in that regard. She had never seen him prouder than he was at that moment, and she didn't begrudge him his little waves to the crowd. She had to bite her cheek to stifle a laugh as she imagined her grandmother's reaction. As they approached the Red Keep, she felt that familiar nervous flutter in her stomach, knowing he was inside those gates waiting for her. Once, long ago, she had come here hoping to captivate a prince, and thankfully, she had failed. By that time, her heart was no longer hers to give away, even if she was too young to realize it. Now, she was here to be a queen, a wife, and it was the second of those roles that excited her the most. When they reached the courtyard, she spotted them, Jaime Lannister, Prince Oberyn, and finally Jae, looking every inch the king. His black and red attire marked him as the dragon he was, yet he wore no crown. The smile on his face mirrored her own, and when he broke from the line to help her down, she nearly giggled. After all, there was only so much protocol he would adhere to. "My queen," he said, reaching up to assist her. Margaery felt that little hitch in her chest again. "My king," she replied softly. She heard a cough and smirked, realizing it came from Jaime Lannister. The hand of the king was reminding Jae of words he had forgotten to say, and she couldn't help but giggle when she saw the look her husband shot him in return. If she had any doubts about how Jae felt about her, which she didn't, his eye roll at Jaime and his sheepish expression as he recalled what he was supposed to say would have dispelled them. "King's Landing is yours, my queen," Jae said, and Margaery performed a small curtsy in response to the bow he gave her. "Thank you, Your Grace," she said, feeling a sense of pride that her grandmother would be pleased with her composure. Just then, her grandmother and mother stepped down from the carriage, followed by Sansa and Willis. Her father and Garland were also making their way toward her, and Jae looked at her with a hint of confusion. Leaning in close, she whispered in his ear, you should go back in line, and we can do this properly, Jay. He looked at her and nodded, but she could tell he wasn't one to easily adhere to all the rules of propriety. Before they could move any further, Ghost, the white wolf, decided he wanted to be welcomed too. In that moment, Jay revealed his true nature, showing himself to be anything but a king concerned with formality. He let go of her hand and knelt down, rubbing Ghost behind the ears. Margaery listened as he spoke to the wolf, expressing his happiness to see him and his gratitude for keeping watch over her while he could not. She smiled at the scene, recalling tales of kings rewarding those who served them with untold riches and wealth. It seemed Ghost would have to settle for a large leg of elk, but the wolf appeared content with both his reward and being reunited with Jay. As they walked back together, Margaery caught sight of her grandmother's approving smile. All the discussions about propriety from the previous night seemed to have vanished, replaced by a sense of joy at the reason behind Jay's departure from convention. Margaery felt a shift within herself as she held his hand. It felt different, more significant somehow. Soon, they stood together as her father approached. Jay straightened up, adopting a more formal demeanor to greet him, stepping into his role as king instead of just as her husband. Lord Tyrell, I'm honored to see you, Jay said, his voice taking on a more neutral tone. Your Grace, it's I who am honored. May I present my wife, Lady Allery? My lady, Jay said, leaning forward to kiss her hand. Margaery took her mother's hand and greeted, Your Grace. Jay responded, My mother, Lady Olenna. Lady Olenna, a pleasure, he said, and Margaery noticed her grandmother taken aback by his warm smile and the way he delivered his greeting. A small part of her worried about the argument they'd had earlier. Your Grace, he continued, maintaining his composure. He performed admirably until Sansa stood before him, and in that instant, the king vanished, replaced by a brother. Your Grace, Sansa said, executing a perfect curtsy. Even Margaery's own curtsy couldn't match it, and she knew how much effort it took to get it right. Little sister, Jay exclaimed, sweeping her into his arms. Sansa let out a surprised squeal, which quickly transformed into laughter that echoed around the courtyard. Jay, she managed to say. It's so good to see you, Sansa. Uncle Ned and Robb are inside. I'll have someone take you to see them as soon as you're settled, Jay promised. They are well? Sansa asked, her eyes lighting up with hope. Aye, very much so, he replied. Your Grace, perhaps we should show Lady Margaery and her family inside, Jaime suggested, his smirk and tone playful. Of course, Lord Hand. My queen, would you do me the honor? Jay asked, extending his arm for her to take. I'd be delighted, Your Grace, she said, accepting his arm. They were led inside, and Margaery discovered they would be housed in the royal apartments. Jay confided that he had wanted to place her in the queen's chambers but had been overruled, citing something about her not being crowned yet. I don't get it. Neither have I, yet I'm allowed in the king's chambers. These rules are ridiculous, he said, and Margaery chuckled softly. Perhaps it's because of the adjoined door, Your Grace, she suggested, and he looked at her, blushing adorably. A flutter of warmth stirred in her chest at that moment, which she thought should have felt odd. They had shared a bed more than once, of course, they had only kissed and exchanged the occasional touch, but they had lain in each other's arms. Yet, the thought of an adjoining room, or perhaps the idea that the next time they lay together, it would be as husband and wife in the eyes of the seven, made her heart race a little faster. Thank you for the crowds, Jay. Their welcome eased my nerves, she said. What crowds? He asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. The ones who met me along the way, those lined up on River Row, she replied. He laughed, a warm sound that filled the space between them. Marge, I never organized any crowds. They were there just for you. She studied him, searching for a hint of jest, expecting him to burst into laughter at her expense. But he remained serious, and she realized he was telling the truth. He hadn't arranged for anyone to greet her, they had gathered on their own, eager to welcome her. In that moment, she felt the weight of responsibility and the desire to help, the same feelings that had surfaced when she and Jay witnessed hunger in Flea Bottom. She remembered how their hearts had ached when they walked through Wintertown, seeing the differences in the eyes of the people there. She understood what it meant to be a queen, and as she walked down the corridor, she knew she was ready for that role. In King's Landing, 298 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen felt a tremendous pressure lift from his chest. It was as if he could finally breathe again. More than anything, he longed to be alone with her, to spend time together. But he understood that they needed to wait. Margaery had to settle in, and as much as he wanted to help her do that, he was a king with duties to fulfill. After kissing her far less than he wished and leaving her to get settled, Jay turned to address one of the many pressing issues that required his attention. Since Jaime had mentioned their uncle's meeting with Jon Arryn, he had tried not to dwell on the worst possibilities. He knew his uncle's sense of honor was not something he shared, nor was it something the man who had instilled those notions in his uncle had shared with him either. His uncle's upset reaction to Robert's death didn't surprise Jay. Despite everything, the two men had shared many good years together, and he wouldn't begrudge his uncle the time to mourn. Even Jay's own dealings with Robert hadn't been entirely terrible. There had been moments when Robert had shown a glimmer of goodness. But Jon Arryn was a different story. The man was duplicitous, conniving, and two-faced, everything that went against the ideals of his house. Even the Tullus, with all their flaws, at least attempted to uphold their words, even if they often failed. But high as honor was a joke when it came to Jon Arryn, that man knew nothing of honor. Jay met with Arthur and Jorah, and together they made their way down to the dungeons. Despite all that Jon Arryn had done, he was being kept in comfortable surroundings. Jay wanted him healthy and alive to face justice, not dead in a cell. For this meeting, though, Jon Arryn had been moved to a different cell, one with chains binding him to the wall. After hearing about Jon's betrayal against his uncle after surrendering, Arthur and Jaime were taking no chances. Even though Jay had no fear of a one-armed man, he wouldn't underestimate him either. As he entered the cell, he caught the angry glare from Jon Arryn, which made him smirk, a reaction that displeased the Falcon Lord greatly. "Leave us," Jay ordered, and Arthur moved to the door, stepping outside but staying alert. Knowing how fast Arthur truly was, Jay wouldn't be surprised if he could reach Jon Arryn before Jay could. He looked at the man, pleased to see he was healthy and well cared for. Even the stump where his arm once was appeared to have been treated with great care. Jay would have to thank Grandmaster Gorman later for that. "What do you want, boy?" Jon Arryn snapped. Jay chuckled. "I came to see a falcon with one wing," he said, motioning toward the stump chained to the wall. "Came to gloat, more like." "Aye," Jay replied. "That too. Your trial is coming up soon, so I came to wish you well," Jay said, watching as Jon Arryn glared back at him. "Going to try me like your mad grandfather, boy? What's it to be, Wildfire, or will you strangle me like your uncle was strangled?" "You give me too much credit, Falcon." "Our way is the old way," Jay replied, noticing the slight gulp from Jon Arryn. "Maybe I'll call for a trial by combat," Jon Arryn suggested. Jay smiled openly now. "Do so if you wish. But I wonder, who could you possibly get to defend you? I mean, I already know you're a fool, but is there someone even more foolish than you? Someone willing to face the bold, or Lord Jaime, or Prince Oberyn, or the Sword of the Morning?" I doubt it." He stared at the man. "I still have a son," Jon Arryn countered, and for the briefest moment, Jay's expression changed. Jon Arryn seized on that vulnerability. "I didn't think of that, did you, boy? I thought him well." In a swift motion, Jon Arryn grabbed Jay by the throat, watching as his face reddened from the pressure. "Out!" he shouted when he heard footsteps enter the cell, whether it was Arthur or Jorah, he couldn't tell. He finally released Jay when the falcon turned puce, allowing him a moment to breathe. Then, Jae moved in close, reaching down to pull out his knife, the thin blade looking even more menacing as it hovered near Jon Arryn's neck. Jae saw the fear in the man's eyes and reveled in it. After a couple of coughs, Jon Arryn spoke up, trying to mask his fear. "You think I'm scared of you? Sure you are. And if I take a knife to you, you'll be scared even worse and die a long, slow death," Jae replied, noting the gulp that followed. He held Jon Arryn's gaze for a moment, the knife glinting in front of the old man's eyes, before finally stepping back and slowly putting it back on his hip. "There is only one thing we say to death, Falcon. Remember this when you lie in bed tonight and tomorrow night. Your death is not today simply because I say so. Your life is mine, and I'll take it when I wish." With that, he turned and walked out, nodding to Arthur, relieved to see the knight didn't look at him as if he were a monster or had done something dishonorable. Jae wanted Jon Arryn to feel fear, he deserved it for everything he had done, and the man was far too arrogant. As they walked, doubt began to creep into Jae's mind. Surely, his uncle wouldn't consider such a reckless action. To stand for Jon Arryn, even as a character witness, would be politically disastrous. Participating in a trial by combat would break them. Jae would either have to allow his uncle to win, thus freeing Jon Arryn, or he would have to face the prospect of seeing his uncle dead. Was his uncle counting on that? Did he truly believe Jae wouldn't choose Arthur or Barristan to stand for him? Jon Arryn was certainly counting on it, but surely his uncle wasn't contemplating such a thing. When Jae reached the floor where his rooms were, he called for a servant and sent them to fetch his uncle. He needed to speak to him urgently. In the end, it took far longer than he had hoped, and Jae spent most of that time sitting at his desk, stewing and letting his anger build. "Lord Stark, Your Grace," Tommen said as he entered. "Send him in," Jae replied curtly. He didn't even give his uncle a chance to sit down. As soon as the door closed behind him, Jae rose to his feet. "What the hell were you thinking?" he exclaimed, his voice loud but just shy of a shout. "Your Grace?" his uncle asked, confusion evident in his eyes. "Meeting with Jon Arryn constantly, speaking to him daily. What the hell were you thinking, uncle? And if you think I'll let you stand for him, fight for him, then you're a damn fool." Jae's anger hung heavy in the silence that followed. Deciding to join them, she said her goodbyes to him and Regal. The day after they dealt with the false dragon, she and Tyrion took off from a dragon pit. Now, as they flew toward the wall, he was with them. While she appreciated his company, it always saddened her that her son was the only one without a rider. Even the short time they had been apart sometimes made her feel guilty. The thought that he had been alone would strike her whenever she and Sarella soared through the skies, and she spotted him flying alongside them. Tyrion carried food and drink in his saddle, and once again, Dany looked at it with envy. She resolved to speak to Jae about getting a similar setup for herself and Sarella. Both Grey Worm and Sandor had insisted she bring a guard, and she knew Tyrion had been told to do the same. But Dany didn't feel comfortable flying with anyone else yet, even Tyrion was only just managing. They were not just going to meet their grand uncle, they were bringing him back to the Red Keep. The thought of having him there when Jae was crowned, when he got married, filled her with barely contained excitement. Tyrion shared her enthusiasm, which pleased her, though he was also anxious about flying with Aemon beside him. As the skies began to darken, she glanced at Tyrion, who noticed it too. Soon enough, he pointed down to a large open field. She carried both her new daggers and her sword, while Tyrion had only a small axe, and Dany didn't know this part of the country well. Still, she landed when he did. Gathering wood for a fire while Tyrion set up their sleeping area, she felt no danger. Not just because they had 3 dragons with them, though that certainly helped, but for some reason, she believed that here, in this moment, she was finally safe. As she sat by the fire, she looked around. As Dany glanced at her brother, who was lost in thought, she found Tyrion to be contemplative, a good conversationalist, yet sometimes quiet. "You thinking of her again?" she asked. What? Oh, I was, he replied. The news about her father, even after what he did. They were close. I thought she didn't trust him. No, she didn't, but he was still her father, he said, and she nodded in understanding. Do you think this affects your wedding? She asked, curiosity piqued. I don't, but it may. I know we'll wed, but maybe Arya will need some time to settle into her new role first. So, it may be delayed. Or it may be that she wishes to wed quicker, she suggested, enjoying the smile that blossomed on his face. Will you come? He asked nervously. Of course. I'd love to see Dorne and, even more, to see my brother wed. His smile grew wider as he looked at her. What about you? He inquired. Dany felt herself blush. Was her brother really asking her about her love life? Did she even have one? There was a man in Essos that I felt something for, but I've never. We never. She said, her cheeks warming further. Maybe you'll see him again, Tyrion said, trying to reassure her. When the sun rises in the west and sets in the east. When the seas go dry and mountains blow in the wind like leaves, she replied softly. Tyrion looked at her, confused. That's what he said to me when I left, that we would meet again one day. He sounds like he loved you, Tyrion said with a gentle smile. Dany fell silent, staring into the fire once more. Did he? Or did Drogo just want her? Who knows what love truly is, anyway? She wondered if she would recognize it if she ever felt it. I'm sure he wasn't the first to love you, and he won't be the last, Tyrion said, and she drifted off to sleep with that thought lingering in her mind. The next morning, they broke their fast, and Tyrion advised her to put on some warmer clothing. They would soon be in the north. She would feel the cold once they arrived, but surprisingly, she didn't. Sandorix flew ahead of them, her son seeming even more eager than she was to reach the wall. Later that afternoon, they soared over a large keep with towering gray walls, and she wondered if this was Winterfell, the home of the Starks. Whether it was or not, she wouldn't find out for some time as they continued their flight, even as night began to fall. Just as she was about to tell Tyrion that she wished to land, she spotted it in the distance, the wall, something she had only ever read about. If she thought the gray walls were imposing, they paled in comparison to the wall itself, which loomed larger as they approached. When she glanced at Tyrion, she saw he was just as impressed. Finally, he pointed down, and she noticed the buildings at the base. Her heart raced as they landed. Once she dismounted, she walked over to Sandorix, who seemed both agitated and excited about something. Dany whispered to her son that he needed to eat and rest, but it felt as if he was telling her no. It took some time for him to join his sister and Ligeron in the air, and even then, she could see him looking back longingly at the wall. Looking at Tyrion, who nodded in understanding, they walked toward the gate. Dany felt a wave of different emotions as they approached. Here. Her granduncle had come here. He had spent almost 7 decades in this grim place. Dany didn't hear Tyrion speaking to the man guarding the gate and found herself inside before she knew it, not liking the view from the inside any better. Shaking her head, she noticed a man with dark hair and a long face, accompanied by a few others, walking toward them. She looked at Tyrion and instinctively placed her hand on her sword. Jay's uncle, Benjen Stark, Tyrion whispered, prompting Dany to relax slightly. Tyrion Lannister? Benjen said, recognizing him. Tyrion Targaryen, newly legitimized by our king, may I present Princess Daenerys of House Targaryen. Princess, Benjen said. Dany watched as the two men knelt before her, and she turned to Tyrion, confused. She had always read that the Night's Watch took no sides and followed no king. Your Grace, Ser Jeremy, and I are at your service. We'll shield your back just as we did his grace's when he visited, the gray-haired man said. Ser? Dany asked. Ser Alliser Thorne, your grace. I served your brother in the rebellion, as did Ser Jeremy. I thank you for your service and your offer, Ser Alliser, Ser Jeremy. Perhaps you can ensure that rooms are prepared for the prince and princess, Ser Alliser? Benjen suggested. Dany watched as Thorne hurried off to make the arrangements. She heard Tyrion and herself being asked to follow, and they were led up some stairs into a warm room where they were offered warm cider. She accepted gratefully. It soon became clear that the man in front of them was the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Dany listened as Tyrion shared news about the men who would be joining them. How many? The Lord Commander asked incredulously. 4,500 from the Golden Company, and another dozen or so lords and knights from the Dornish armies, Tyrion replied, and Benjen looked at him with disbelief. I also carry this, Tyrion added. Dany watched as the Lord Commander read the letter from Jae, then heard him sigh before handing it to Benjen Stark. He's releasing the loyalists from their vows, along with Maester Aemon and myself? Benjen asked Tyrion. His Grace made a promise to those men, Benjen, and he won't see you and Aemon at the wall, Tyrion said. And if I refuse? Benjen challenged. Then I'd imagine our nephew and Rhaenys would fly here and drag you out, Tyrion replied. Well, I guess I'll accept, and so will the loyalists, Tyrion said with a chuckle. But not until the other men have arrived and settled in. Benjen's voice sounded annoyed, yet she caught the hint of a small smile on his face. Now, if you could direct us both to our uncle? Tyrion asked, and Benjen nodded in response. They walked from the Lord Commander's office, down some stairs, across the yard, and up more stairs into a room. Dany gasped when she saw him. Her uncle was sitting by the fire, looking old and frail. She wanted nothing more than to rush to him and hold him tight. Who is that with you, Benjen? Aemon asked, turning his gaze toward them. Dany looked at Tyrion, who nodded encouragingly. I'm your niece, uncle. Daenerys Targaryen. I've come with my brother Tyrion to see you, she said, her voice almost breaking. Daenerys, it's truly you. Oh, child, please come closer, Aemon replied. Tears welled in Dany's eyes, glistening as they fell, but she could still make out every feature of his face. He was older than a man should be, frail and weary. His silver hair had turned to gray, and whatever color his eyes once held was now obscured, leaving them clouded. It was clear he was blind, yet he seemed to sense her presence. His fingers reached out to touch her face, and she felt him sob as she embraced him. Oh, Daenerys, I have long wished to meet you, my niece. From the moment our nephew came and spoke of you, I have yearned for this moment. Tyrion, come closer, nephew. She heard the hesitant footsteps of her brother and turned to see that he, too, seemed on the verge of tears. Aemon extended his hand to Tyrion, inviting them to sit by the fire. Benjen Stark quietly left them alone in the room. We received a raven. Is it true? Our family sits on the throne once more. Aemon asked, his voice filled with hope. It is. Uncle, Jaehaerys is to be named king and married soon. He wishes you could be there. We wish you could be there, Daenerys said. I fear I'm too old to make such a journey. The horse, the ship, my bones won't take it, Aemon replied sadly. We've come to take you home, uncle. To fly, she said, noticing the smile spreading across Aemon's face. Your dragons are here? He asked, his eyes lighting up. They are, uncle, Tyrion confirmed, and Daenerys felt a surge of happiness, knowing they had made it and determined that whatever time Aemon had left would be spent with family. In King's Landing, 298 AC, Jaehaerys stood in front of the looking glass, relieved that it was still a few days until Ashera and Joy arrived. Jenna, his sister, would also have something to say if she saw him like this. It was bad enough that Jae had already expressed his concerns, though Jaehaerys was grateful for that and for Cregan, who simply sat with him, allowing him to work through things at his own pace. In the end, it had been both of them who helped him see sense. He was shocked that Jae had actually left the Red Keep to come to the tavern, but he really should have expected it after ignoring the request. A smirk crossed his face as he recalled the astonishment of the patrons when the King of the Seven Kingdoms not only walked in but did so without the intention of getting drunk, as was Robert's habit. Jae had practically dragged him upstairs, and being scolded by a boy he had helped raise was somewhat disconcerting. "What are you doing, Jaehaerys?" Jae asked. "I'm drinking, Your Grace." "Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to get back to it," Jaehaerys replied. "No, you're done," Jae insisted. "Leave me be," Jaehaerys shot back. "No, I won't have you like this. I'll drag you back to the Red Keep and lock you in a damn dungeon rather than see you this way," Jae said loudly. "You don't understand, Jae. You don't know what I've done." Jaehaerys had told him just enough to spark an argument, sharing only the barest pieces of his story. Himself for Bryony's death but wouldn't explain why, mentioning only that the Tullus had played their part. When he confessed to killing Edmure and described how it had felt at the time, how since that moment he had only experienced shame, he braced himself for judgment or scorn. Instead, Jae had sat him down, looked him in the eye, and shared something unexpected, something he had never told anyone else, that Jaehaerys knew he wouldn't want anyone to know. "When Margaery was attacked by the Dark Star, what I did was instinct, Jaehaerys. Panic, fear, worry, call it what you will, but I needed to stop him, and so I did." He deserved to die," Jaehaerys replied. "And what of the man who sent him?" Jae asked. "Him too," Jaehaerys said. "That's how I felt. When I found out that the same man had sent an army to take her from me, that he planned to hold a knife to her throat to force me to do his bidding, if it hadn't been for Ghost, her brother, and my own arrival, he could have succeeded. In that moment, I wished him dead more than anything in this world. I hated him, Jaehaerys, with everything I had, more than I've ever hated anyone. Not the Maesters, not Robert Baratheon, not Jon Arryn, not even my grandfather. There was no man I hated more than him, and so I ended him. I took his life, and my only regret is that he didn't suffer more." "He deserved it," Jaehaerys said, suddenly realizing who Jae was speaking of. The alcohol he had consumed had dulled his mind just enough that it took him a moment to grasp that he was talking about Doran Martell. "I'm glad he's gone, Jaehaerys. I'm glad it was me who saw him dead and that it was my own hand that did the deed. But had I lost Margaery to him, I would feel no comfort in his death, no peace of mind, for it wouldn't bring her back, would it?" Jae said. "No, it wouldn't," Jaehaerys replied. "You need to move on, to make peace with things. Ashera is. Joy will be coming too, and they'll need you." "I need you," Jae said as he stood up to leave. "Jae, you and Joy will be there for her, won't you?" When she. "Always, Jaehaerys. She's my sister, and I'll be there for her whenever she needs me. Just as I will be for her father too." He took the blade from the bowl and splashed water on his face. The stubble on his chin needed to go. His clothes needed to be clean and new, not the same ones he had worn for days. After shaving, he walked through the keep and soon found his way to Cregan's rooms. The boy looked relieved to see him back to somewhat of his old self. "Come. Let's go have a spar. I feel the need to get my hands and arms working once more." "Of course, my lord. Perhaps if we're lucky, we'll find a sand snake or two to test you against," Cregan said with a chuckle. "Maybe we'll save facing opponents other than you for another day," Jaehaerys replied, and Cregan laughed a little more heartily. "What's wrong, my lord? Not quite up to it? Well, I suppose I'd better go easy on you then. You are getting old, after all." By the time they reached the yard, both of them were laughing and exchanging playful jabs at each other. Jaehaerys felt the last few days beginning to fade into a distant memory. He had lost himself, and there was a time when the only one who could find him would have been Jenna. She would have berated him, set him straight, and told him to fix himself up. "You're a Lannister of Casterly Rock," she would say, and soon enough, he would act like one again. He was a different man now. There were others who cared for him, and apparently, he had a king to hold him accountable if needed. But he also had a young man who would sit with him, allowing him to find himself too. He was grateful to have both of them in his life. Jaehaerys was no longer just a Lannister of Casterly Rock. He was no longer a lion without a pride or one who lacked pride in himself. "I am a Lannister of Castamere," he thought as he dodged Cregan's sword, a genuine smile on his face as he moved in to strike back. It was the year 298 AC in King's Landing. Ned had been summoned to join the king, not requested, not asked, but summoned, and he found it difficult to accept. In his mind, he understood that Jaehaerys was the king now and that he rightfully had to defer to him. Yet, despite knowing this for some time, it felt strange to adapt to this new dynamic. No matter what, he sometimes still saw Jaehaerys as the boy he once was. It wasn't about age or presence, it was more the realization that where he used to be asked to do things, he was now often told to. In the throne room, when Jae had let an assassin go, Ned stood there, utterly confounded. He recognized that the situation was different, that there were reasons behind the king's decision. Perhaps if it hadn't been for the wildfire, he might have reacted differently. But he couldn't change how he had felt, and what he had intended to frame as a question had come out sounding like a judgment. Instead of seeing his nephew, he had seen his father and brother when the wildfire blazed. And instead of Jaehaerys, he had seen Robert when he witnessed a killer being set free without charge. He knew it was unfair, and the circumstances were vastly different. Later, as he sat alone in the room, he felt he deserved the barb Jaehaerys had thrown his way. He understood it was a critique of how he had treated Jaime Lannister. Still, it stung, especially since he was already hurting from the events surrounding the Trident. Robert was no longer the man he had been when they were boys, and for that, he felt no grief. But for the brother he had chosen, if not by blood, he mourned deeply. He wasn't ashamed to admit that he had shed tears for that boy with the easy smile and playful spirit, the boy who had made him feel welcome. So very far from home. It was that boy he had gone to mourn with Jon Arryn, the same boy he had seen his former foster father weep over. Yet Jon's tears felt insincere, and his words even more so. So, he had decided to speak with him daily, pretending to be a northern fool. He listened to the plans Jon had made, the plots he suggested, and while Jon was clever enough not to outright ask him to commit treason, he came damnably close at times. Mostly, though, he absorbed Jon's explanations and justifications, trying to anticipate the arguments he would make during his trial. Clearly, he hadn't been as discreet as he believed, or perhaps Jaehaerys was having him watched. Meeting with Jon Arryn constantly, speaking to him daily. "What the hell were you thinking, uncle? And if you think I'll let you stand for him, fight for him, then you're a damn fool," Jaehaerys said, as Ned struggled to find the right words, his temper slipping through his fingers. "You really think that little of me, your grace? You think I'd fight for that man after what he did?" Ned replied, anger bubbling to the surface. "He told me himself, uncle," Jaehaerys insisted. And he's a liar, in case you've forgotten." "Fight for him? I'd rather rip his throat out with my bare hands than fight for him after what he's cost me, what he's cost us both. I'd set Lyanna on him before I'd ever fight for that damn man," Ned declared, and his nephew looked at him, confused. "I don't understand. If not that, then why? What were you speaking to him about?" "I was trying to find out things he would only tell me, your grace. Things he might reveal if he thought I was on his side, plots, plans, how he may speak during his trial, what lies or untruths he might tell. I wished to know how he would justify his actions, what fabrications he would spread to cover them up or paint them in a favorable light," Ned explained. Ned watched as his nephew chuckled. "You've been playing him?" Jaehaerys asked, a smile spreading across his face. "I'm a slow learner, that's true, but I do learn," Ned replied, prompting another loud laugh from Jaehaerys. What has the world come to? Ned Stark is playing the Game of Thrones, Jaehaerys said, and despite himself, he joined in the laughter. As Jaehaerys moved to the door to request refreshments, Ned took the opportunity to share everything he had learned. Jaehaerys listened thoughtfully, nodding after a moment. I thank you for this, Uncle, and I apologize for doubting you. I've given you many reasons to doubt over the years, but I'm on your side, Jaehaerys, always, Ned assured him, and his nephew nodded in acknowledgement. I wanted to discuss the North as well, Uncle. I would ask you to take a seat on my council if I thought you'd accept. I appreciate your consideration, but I must decline, Ned said, and they both chuckled at the exchange. Instead, I plan to ask Lord Wyman to take a position. That's a good idea. Will you make him a master? Though I haven't yet decided on what. I need to speak to my hand and my wife first. Jaehaerys said, a wistful look crossing his face as he mentioned Margaery. Whichever you decide, I'm sure the North will welcome it, Your Grace. I also intend to appoint Uncle Benjen to a role, Jaehaerys added, surprising Ned. You're freeing him from his oaths? Dany and Tyrion have the papers with them. They're on their way to bring our other uncle back here. But yes, he and the loyalists will be freed. I'm sending more than enough men to man the wall. I need him here with me. I wish to name him the Crown's Northern Envoy, the first of 7 such appointments I'll make. These will be people who speak for each of the kingdoms and ensure their wants and needs are addressed. Ned listened intently, finding himself nodding along in agreement. This was far more satisfying than taking a seat on the council, especially if someone like Benjen were to fill that position. The North would finally have a voice at the table, a voice that the king would listen to, and that could only be a good thing. When Jaehaerys finished outlining his plans, Ned felt it was time to share his thoughts, knowing that his nephew's input would be invaluable. Robb and I have discussed Cregan, Ned began. I know his truth will soon come to light, and I only ask that you hold off on any actions until I've had a chance to speak with my nephew. Of course, Uncle. Do you have a plan? Jaehaerys asked. I intend to ask him to become Lord of Sea Dragon Point. We need a keep there with all the trade we conduct, and I also plan to name him Admiral of a Western Fleet. Ned watched his nephew's expression as he spoke. Jaehaerys sat in contemplation, weighing Ned's words. The fact that he hadn't dismissed the idea outright showed it had some merit. If he accepts, we could give him a new house name, making him a cadet branch of House Stark. That would resolve a lot of issues, Jaehaerys suggested. You think that's a good idea? Ned asked, seeking his nephew's approval. I do. Arrange a dinner. I'm sure Sansa would wish to join you. Speak to him and let me know what he says. If he's interested, perhaps the Crown can provide some funds to help make it happen. Thank you, Your Grace. Ned stood up, ready to leave. Uncle, about earlier, I'm sorry, Jaehaerys said, a hint of regret in his voice. That's quite all right, nephew, Ned replied as he walked from the room. He felt much better leaving than he had upon entering. Although he still wasn't accustomed to being directed by his nephew, he recognized that Jaehaerys was more suited to kingship than Robert, and perhaps even more than his own father had ever been. Despite his own struggles with fostering, it had benefited Jaehaerys more than most. He had learned, perhaps, more about the complexities of leadership than anyone could have anticipated. No king had known the kingdoms better than he did. Born in Dorne, raised in the north and the west, with a wife from the Reach, he had fought against and alongside many. He understood the Stormlands, the Riverlands, and the Vale intimately. He was familiar with the Lords of the Narrow Sea and the Crowlands, and he had already dealt with the Iron Islands. Ned felt there was perhaps no one better suited to be king of the 7 kingdoms, and that thought filled him with hope for the future. It was 298 AC in King's Landing, and Jaehaerys Targaryen was feeling unusually nervous. So much so that he struggled to button his coat, which was incredibly frustrating. He was relieved that Jaime or Arthur wasn't around to witness his struggle. Both had been quick to remind him that a king didn't dress himself alone, he should have a manservant or someone to assist him. Jaehaerys chuckled at the thought, knowing it would only be another jest at his expense, something Jaime particularly enjoyed. To his surprise, he learned that it was indeed a common practice. He had insisted he wasn't a child, not incapable of dressing himself, yet here he was, standing in front of the looking-glass and proving one of those assertions false. "Damn stupid buttons," he muttered, finally managing to get them in place. The knowledge that Loras was waiting outside only added to his embarrassment. Loras had always been the one who dressed with such ease and comfort. To Jaehaerys, Loras's clothing often seemed far too fancy, but he would soon discover that it was not as extravagant as it appeared. Even when they tailored the same outfits, Loras always managed to look better, and Jaehaerys realized that was because Loras felt more at ease in them. If it were up to him, he would have worn one of the same 3 or 4 outfits he favored. But tonight wasn't about him. He was expected to attend a formal dinner welcoming Margaery's family to the Red Keep, rather than having an intimate dinner alone with her. In Jay's mind, the feast felt almost the same as any other formal event. The only real difference was that this one was meant to be private. Even that, however, meant they had to be seen attending a private dinner. Rules, propriety, protocol, gods, he hated it all. As he left the room, he spotted Loras inside, once again reminded of how effortlessly his friend managed to navigate these situations. They walked together with Barristan and Ser Richard, while Arthur stood guard over Margaery for the evening. Soon, they reached the gathering of their companions. "Your Grace," Margaery greeted him. "My lady," he replied, recalling how her grandmother had scolded him for calling her his queen. The memory made him chuckle. He offered her his arm, which she took, and they set off together. They strolled through the great hall, passing the assembled lords and ladies, before moving down a hallway and entering the private dining chambers. It was a route he could have easily skipped, but he understood how much it meant to Lord Mace and Lady Allery. Lady Olenna, in particular, reveled in the pageantry of it all. Margaery seemed almost embarrassed by the spectacle, but she managed a grin, visibly relaxing once they took their seats at the table. Jay couldn't help but think about the feasts to come, the celebration after his coronation, their wedding feast, and yet another for when all the lords and Lord Paramount had been addressed, rewarded, and sworn their fealty. And let's not forget the opening and closing feasts for the tournament. At least this one was somewhat private. He caught Margaery smirking as he chose to sit beside her instead of at the head of the table. "Shouldn't you be sitting there, Your Grace?" Margaery whispered, her smirk widening as she looked at him. "Gods, don't you start too," he replied, prompting a giggle from her. He glanced over to see Sansa chatting with Willis, his little sister and good brother sharing a laugh over something they had said. Meanwhile, Loras was deep in conversation with Garland and Lyanna, while Mace, Allery and Olenna were deep in conversation, and Jay felt a wave of relief wash over him. When the first dish was served, he had half expected the evening to become even more formal, but it quickly transformed into a cozy family dinner. "The coronation, Your Grace, when will that happen?" Lady Allery asked. "In just a few days, my lady. We're still waiting for a few guests to arrive, Lady Jenna and Lord Kevin, along with Lady Ashera and Lady Joy from Casterly Rock. Lady Ilaria and my cousins from Dorne are also on their way, as well as my cousin Arya and Lady Lyanna Mormont from Bear Island. My Aunt Daenerys and Uncle Tyrion have traveled to the Wall to bring my Uncle Aemon back," he replied, smiling as Margaery squeezed his hand. "I'm looking forward to meeting your aunt, Your Grace. Rumor has it she resembles her dear mother quite closely," Lord Mace remarked, and Jay nodded in agreement. "She does, my lord. Though Dany may not fit the mold of a typical Targaryen princess, my Aunt Sarella is more in line with expectations. She embodies more of a Rhaenys while Dany represents Visenya," he said with a hint of pride. "It's true then, Sarella Seastar lives?" Willis asked, his interest piqued. She does. I had hoped she would join us, but she's still adjusting to life back here in the Red Keep. Your Uncle Eamon, Your Grace, he must be nearing 100 name days by now, Olenna said, looking at him intently. He is, my lady. He's spent almost 70 years as the maester at the Wall, forgotten and alone. When I visited the north with Loras many years ago, we went to see him there, along with my uncle Benjen and some loyalists who were sentenced to the Wall, Jay explained, choosing his words carefully to avoid mentioning the reasons behind their punishment, especially in light of what Lord Mace had done. They have all been released from their oaths, they should never have been there. Margaery squeezed his hand once more, and he found comfort in her touch. The conversation flowed easily, touching on the tournament, the trial, and, of course, the upcoming wedding. But it was the lighter topics that Jay enjoyed the most. Willis asked him if there was an aviary at the Red Keep and if there were kennels nearby, while Loras spoke fondly about his room in the White Sword Tower. Mace and Allery inquired about how he was settling in, and Olenna expressed her gratitude for their accommodations. When the meal eventually came to an end, they retired to a spacious room to continue their discussions. Jay knew he needed to broach the subject of rewards. Lord Mace, Lady Olenna, I hope you know I haven't forgotten your roles in helping me regain my throne and our agreements. Lord Jaime will wish to speak with you tomorrow, Lord Mace, regarding certain considerations about taxes. If we could break our fast together, Lady Olenna, perhaps you, Margaery, and I could discuss some other matters? Of course, Your Grace. I would be honored, Olenna replied, with Mace nodding in agreement. Jay then exchanged a few words with Willis before spending some time with Sansa. His little sister seemed thrilled at the idea of staying in the Red Keep. He asked her if they could spend some time together in the next day or two, just the two of them, and Sansa's smile was all the answer he needed. As he left them to their rooms that night, he caught the half-grin Olenna gave him as they passed Margaery's room. Instead of leaving her inside, he had his wife accompany him while he said goodbye to the rest of her family. Remember, Your Grace, you're a knight too, Olenna whispered as he bid her good night. He held his wife's hand as they walked back down the corridor. Once he ensured the halls were empty, they ducked into her rooms. As soon as the door closed behind him, she was in his arms. Their first kiss was frantic, both of them eager, almost fighting for control. When he finally broke away, just seeing the look in her eyes made his heart race. Their eyes locked, filled with passion, and it was only after a third kiss that they finally slowed down, savoring the warmth of each other's lips. After a few moments, they moved to the bed. Jay lay down, and Margaery soon nestled in his arms, her head resting on his chest as his fingers gently brushed through her hair. I missed you so much, she said, and he pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. You too. I swear, each day without you was almost unbearable. Just the thought of being here alone nearly drove me mad. If I wasn't already certain of how much I need you by my side, the days apart have made it painfully clear. Has it been that terrible? She asked, a small smile betraying her concern. No, but that's only because I knew each day brought me closer to you. I don't want to do this alone. You'll never be alone again, my love, she said, kissing him tenderly. Do your mother and grandmother know how quickly we can be wed? He asked, and she chuckled softly. Now that, dear husband, is just what a wife longs to hear, her love's eagerness for their wedding. Eager? I'd have it tomorrow if I could, he replied, earning another giggle from her. As would I. We'll meet with the High Septon, and once everyone is here, I'm sure we can organize it quickly. I have everything I need, and I see you seem to be dressing better now too. Were it not for her lopsided grin, he might have felt affronted. Really? You too, he said, playfully threatening to tickle her. Jay, I'm sorry, she laughed, pulling away from him. Loras bid me say something. She surrendered when he kissed her neck instead of responding as she expected. Did he now? It seems I must teach my good brother a lesson tomorrow. she began nervously. Marge? I know why I'm not staying in the Queen's quarters. Margaery, how improper it would look before we were wed, but when we're wed. Margaery. I wouldn't wish to stay there, she said, biting her lip. He looked at her, not understanding at first, until he noticed how her eyes avoided his. Then he realized, and he felt a blush creeping up his face. To relieve her nervousness and to hide his own embarrassment, he kissed her. I wouldn't wish you to either. I want us to be together, Marge, completely and always. Lord Jaime and Lady Daisy share a room and don't use separate chambers, and I doubt anyone would claim they're unhappy. I wish that for us too. He felt her relax, and they lay there together, talking about their wedding, the days to come, and the changes they both wanted to see. When he told her he wished for her to be a queen, to play her role in everything that was done, to offer her opinion, attend council meetings if she wished, and bring up the changes she wanted, he could feel her eagerness to begin. Marge, we together, he said as she snuggled up against him. We together, she replied, and he kissed her once more. Though he longed to fall asleep in her arms, he knew the servants would arrive early in both their rooms in the morning. As he felt her drifting off, he bid her good night and made his way to his own room. Once there, he found he couldn't sleep, so he walked the halls with Ghost and Arthur by his side. Jay found the Red Keep to be a wondrous place at night, the day's activity feeling like it belonged to a different world. Eventually, he began to feel some degree of tiredness and took to his bed, waking not more than a few hours later. After washing up, he made his way to break his fast. Lady Olenna, is Margaery not here yet? He asked as he walked into the room. Olenna's smile was brief before she answered. No, Your Grace. Apparently, my granddaughter was most tired this morning. Good morning. I hope you didn't keep her awake the whole night, Lady Olenna said, a teasing lilt in her voice. Jay found himself sputtering, spilling some of his orange juice, more surprised by her tone than by the words themselves. I assure you. We missed each other, grandmother, as you well know, Margaery interjected as she walked in, casting a glance at her grandmother before crossing to Jay and kissing him on the cheek. Of course, Margaery, Olenna replied, and Jay couldn't help but notice the little smirk on her face, realizing she was truly jesting with him. He took his seat, and they began to eat. Once the plates were cleared away, he turned to both women, ready to address some pressing matters. I know I'd rather not discuss these things so soon, but we have much to do, my lady. Please forgive me if I'm blunt, and feel free to speak just as frankly, he said, catching Olenna's nod of agreement. I believe, as part of your agreement with Lord Jaime, a position on the small council was discussed? Olenna prompted. It was, Your Grace. Please, call me Jay, at least here in private. I'm starting to forget my own name with how many people call me King or Your Grace, he said, eliciting a few chuckles. Of course, Jay, but then you had better call my grandmother Olenna, or she'll not be best pleased, Margaery teased, and Jay smirked in response. I'd like to ask Willis to be my master of coin, Olenna, he said, noting her approving nod. I would also like to invite you to act as a special advisor to the crown, my lady. While not officially on the small council, I want you to be free to come and go as you please, not because I don't want you there, or because you're a woman. So, you have no problem having a woman on your small council? Margaery inquired. Why would I? Some of the smartest, most capable people I know are women. I'm sitting with two of them right now, he replied, meeting Olenna's approving gaze. I know Margaery would appreciate your counsel, Olenna, and I would value it as well. You'd enjoy attending the small council meetings alongside Margaery and me. Though you wouldn't have a defined role, it's an important one I'd like you to play. I'm honored, Your Grace, and I accept, Olenna replied. Jay caught Margaery's smile, which alone would have made the offer worthwhile. Yet, it was her counsel he valued most, not just his wife's approval that guided his decision. They were discussing other appointments and the changes he wished to implement when a servant arrived with a note. Jay looked at it with excitement. "Forgive me, Olenna, Margaery, but the lion's roar has been spotted in the bay," he announced, rising to his feet. "Is Joy on board?" Margaery asked, and he nodded happily. As it turned out, as king, he was not allowed to go to the docks to greet the ship. Instead, Jaime and Jerian would take on that task. He had felt like a petulant child when he argued about it, and it was only after Margaery explained the reasoning that he calmed down. If he had his way, he would have ignored the rules and ridden Winter to the docks himself. Instead, he had to wait and greet them in the courtyard, a concession he had to fight for. Since he hadn't yet sat on the throne, it was one battle he had actually won. When he saw the carriages and noticed that both Jaime and Jerian weren't riding, he knew they had arrived. Soon enough, they were in front of him. Lord Kevin and Lady Dorna were the first to emerge from the carriages, followed by little Janei. Then came Lady Jenna and Emmon, with Jaime, Daisy, Joanna, Ashera, and finally Jerian. At last, Joy climbed out, and Jay was momentarily taken aback. She had grown taller, her hair styled differently, and though it had only been a few moons since he last saw her, the changes made it feel like years. The little girl he once knew was gone, replaced by a young woman, and he felt a pang of sadness for having missed that transformation. Joy looked nervously at him, and he tried not to frown. Instead, he offered a warm smile. A small smile spread across his face as he greeted each of the new arrivals. It felt strange hearing people he had considered family for so long address him as, "Your Grace," or "My King." It was even more surreal when Joy stood before him, curtsying gracefully. "Your Grace," she said, all prim and proper. "Joy," he replied, noticing a flicker in her eyes as she glanced at Jenna and then back at him. "Yoy." He stammered, "Yon." Before he knew it, she had wrapped her arms around him in a tight embrace that left him momentarily breathless. He returned the hug just as fiercely. "I bloody told you all it wouldn't last," Jenna remarked, prompting laughter from Joy, him, and soon others who joined in. At the wall, in Dragonstone, in the year 298 AC, Aemon spent most of the night talking with his niece and nephew. He found Tyrion to be an exceptionally clever and learned young man, and hearing about his niece's adventures and the places she had visited was truly enlightening. In her young life, Daenerys had experienced more than most. She had traveled to nearly all the major cities in Essos, from Volantis to Myr and almost everywhere in between. She had met horse lords and red priests, magisters and merchants, fought against sellswords, and even brought dragons into the world. Even his nephew's stories had a lot to live up to compared to Daenerys's. No, Dany's, he thought with a smile. Eventually, exhaustion caught up with him, and they bid him good night. As Aemon lay in bed that night, knowing he would be leaving the next day never to return, he expected to feel sadness about it. Instead, excitement and eagerness filled his heart. His dreams that night were vivid, flying with 2 dragons by his side, dipping down into the water to capture a whale. Those dreams took on a different significance when he woke. They may have been dreams, but today, he would see them become reality. No matter what else happened in his life or how much time he had left in this world, today was the day. He was about to fly on a dragon. After finishing his meal and bidding farewell to the Lord Commander and a few friends, Aemon made his way to the gate. Suddenly, he heard gasps from those behind him as a dragon landed right in front of him. In that moment, he felt a magnetic pull, compelling him to move away from Daenerys's arm and follow the voice calling to him. As he reached out his hand, his fingers brushed against the dragon's scales. Then, he heard a sound unlike any he had ever encountered before, one filled with joy, as he stroked the dragon's head. "Sandorix," he said softly, and the dragon trilled in response. "Come, uncle," Tyrion said, his voice tinged with confusion as he led Aemon away. The sound the dragon made as he moved was anything but happy, yet Aemon could hear his niece speaking to Sandorix as he was guided to another dragon. Despite his small stature, Tyrion helped him climb onto the dragon's back. To Aemon's surprise, he felt something soft and leathery beneath him instead of the expected scales. "A saddle?" he asked, astonished. Ligeron and Rhaenys brought them to us." Jay said the dragons found them in Valyria, Tyrion explained, much to Aemon's shock. "Are you ready, uncle?" Tyrion asked a few moments later. "For this?" "Nephew, I've been ready all my life," Aemon replied with a laugh. "Sovgan Ligeron," Tyrion commanded, and Aemon smiled, realizing that the dragons responded to Valyrian. Then, before he knew it, they were in the air. The experience was beyond anything he could have imagined. Although he couldn't see the ground beneath him, he sensed they were soaring high. When they finally landed, Aemon knew he couldn't be in King's Landing already. As fast as dragons were, surely they couldn't cover the journey that quickly. To his surprise, he found himself in the Riverlands, just as dusk began to fall. The dragons may not have covered the entire distance, but in less than a few hours of flying, they had traversed the entirety of the north. The journey from the Wall to Winterfell took over a. As they traveled to the Riverlands, Aemon marveled at how they had covered the distance in less than a day. That night, while they shared a meal, he reflected on the remarkable speed of their journey, still in awe as he drifted off to sleep. His dreams were filled with a sense of happiness and fulfillment. The next morning, they broke their fast and soon took to the skies again. Aemon welcomed the milder weather, feeling the sun warm his face for the first time in years. Just then, Tyrion announced, "We're there." As Aemon was helped off the dragon, he heard voices. A woman's voice was soft and melodic, followed by the familiar tone of his nephew, the boy who had reclaimed their family's throne. He remembered feeling lost and alone years ago, aware that his time was coming to an end. It was during that time that his nephew had come to him, just when he needed support the most. Now, Jaehaerys had sent for him, and Aemon was eager to see him again. But as he stepped down, he noticed a commotion. Soon, Jaehaerys stood beside him. "Uncle, it's so good to see you again," he said, while other voices whispered in the background. "Your Grace, gods, I've wished to say that for so long," Aemon replied with a chuckle. "Uncle, I know you're tired and might want to rest, but I found something I think will help me greatly. I ask you to bear with me a little longer. If I'm right, after one more short flight, things will be much different. Can you manage a trip to Dragonstone, Uncle? I swear, if I'm right about this, it'll be worth it." "Do you believe this is necessary, Jaehaerys?" Aemon asked. "Vital, Uncle." "Then let's fly once more," Aemon said, feeling a surge of excitement. This time, it was Jaehaerys who took him on the journey, and Aemon immediately felt the difference. The size of the dragon beneath him was impressive, and its flight was remarkably comfortable. Ligeron didn't struggle in the air, far from it. But compared to Rhaenys, it was like comparing a sparrow to an eagle. The larger dragon's wings and strength made flying feel effortless. Aemon was a bit surprised by that thought. He wondered if the smaller dragon moved more easily and swiftly when changing direction. That was something he intended to ask his nephew later. "We're here," Jaehaerys announced as they landed smoothly. Aemon stepped onto ground he hadn't set foot on since he was a boy. "This is truly Dragonstone, nephew?" he asked, looking around in awe. Uncle, it is," Jaehaerys replied with a smile. "Uncle, have you been having odd dreams?" "Odd?" Aemon questioned. "Of dragons?" Jaehaerys pressed. I have. I dreamed I was flying, Jaehaerys," Aemon admitted, feeling his nephew's hand resting on his. "I believe you've bonded with Dany's riderless dragon, Uncle." "Sandorix," Aemon said, smiling at the name. And if I'm right about that, then I'm right about this." Jaehaerys handed him a pendant with a chain. Aemon felt the stones embedded in the pendant, a three-headed dragon intricately carved and adorned with gems. Before he could ask more, he heard the other dragons landing, and his nephew leaned in closer. I ask you to trust me, uncle. No matter how strange what I say may sound, please back me up on this. I beg of you, Jaehaerys said, his voice soft and pleading. I will, nephew, Aemon promised. The argument was brief once he complied with Jaehaerys' request. Aemon listened in disbelief to what his nephew was saying. Only one voice, other than his own, was agreeing with what needed to be done, Sarella Seastar, his great-aunt. The realization was mind-blowing. When Jaehaerys asked him to cut his hand, Aemon did so, holding the pendant tightly until his nephew requested it back and then stepped away. Doharagon Nike, Sytia Aoha Kipajiro Sandorix, he heard Jaehaerys say. The loud trill of the dragon echoed in response, its intentions clear. Aemon smiled at that. What happened next was difficult to describe, it was as if all sound faded away. Suddenly, he felt rather than heard his nephew approaching. Uncle, I need you to put this on, Jaehaerys said, handing him the pendant. Are you sure, Jaehaerys? Aemon asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. As sure as I am about anything, uncle. He fastened the pendant around his neck. For a moment, he felt no different. Then, a wave of shock washed over him, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. His niece and nephew didn't realize it was shock rather than pain. I'm well, he managed to say, and that was the first moment he noticed something unusual. His voice didn't sound like it usually did. He reached out to take Jaehaerys' hand to help himself up, but to his surprise, he found it easy to rise to his feet. Then he noticed how they looked at him, and more vividly, how they appeared. Jaehaerys, with his dark hair and gray eyes, resembled the prince of dragonflies more than anyone Aemon could remember. Daenerys looked strikingly like Visenya, evoking memories of Rey and Dalla. He saw echoes of all of them in Sarella, who appeared just as she had the last time he saw her. Tyrion was as he had imagined, small in stature, but not in presence. Wait, I can see. How can I see? He exclaimed, glancing around at the dragons and his king, all watching him with keen interest. None were more fixated than the golden dragon, Sandorix, whose eyes never left his own. Magic, uncle, Jaehaerys said, pointing to the pendant now resting against Aemon's chest. Aemon instinctively touched the pendant and noticed something extraordinary. His hand was no longer wrinkled, and it no longer pained him to move it. He dashed past his nephew, niece, and aunt, heading straight for a small puddle of water. When he reached it, he dropped to his knees. The man staring back at him was someone he hadn't seen in many years, 70, perhaps even 80 years, he thought as he ran his fingers through his long silver hair. His purple eyes sparkled as he did so, and then he noticed his nephew appear behind him. Come, uncle. It's time you claimed your dragon, Jaehaerys said, a bright smile lighting up his face. Aemon had never heard words that made his heart soar quite like these. Nephew, it is.